Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for episode 248. I am, as always, your host, Bezic, and today I'm joined by the gruesome twosome, the men with the rights that they desperately need to fight for or they'll end up like us. It's the American boys. Hello, Bleach. Hello, Dope.
Greetings.
Hello.
Salutations. Holy shit. That's getting stranger and stranger, but I think Dave's got a good segment on that.
Yeah. The world's going crazy.
Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fun times indeed. All right. So, been a fun week for everyone, I think.
Yeah. But hey, at least I got my basement more the way I want it, so yay me.
And we haven't heard you've blown out your back yet, so that's something.
Yeah, well, I might have pulled something else.
Well, there you go. Yeah, just looking at the picture of what you've got to do, that makes my back hurt. Yeah, Bleach is ready to install the sex dungeon.
Yes, and no, LGM, you're not my kind, so you're not welcome.
We say sex dungeon, but that just means that he puts fluffy pink cuffs on the rack.
I mean, the radio rack, sure.
No, I mean the medieval torture rack.
If you've moved it, it's the same damn thing.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Poor Dave's still looking for his cat because the fuckers nearby haven't returned it.
Yeah. I've got door hangers that I need to go put out today. So I'm going to go put a thing on everyone's fucking doorknob that says, hey, the cat's missing. He's a support animal. He's registered. All that shit. So,
yeah.
And I'm even offering a reward if he's returned.
Yeah. God, people suck. I hope the little fucker's all right wherever he is.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure at this point, because, it has been a number of weeks that someone just took him in. A couple people have said they saw him, but I think they've just seen other tabby cats around and not necessarily Asher.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I don't think he's gone feral quite yet.
Yet. Dave, on the other hand, went feral years ago.
Yeah, no, I've been feral for a good long time.
Much like the rest of us, just retire to the woods, eat anyone who comes near.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't sound Scottish, but yeah.
Yeah.
I could get behind that.
Just yell incoherently as you run naked with the blue war paint on. And yes, I am aware that that's a completely different cultural group. I blame Braveheart. That was the fucking Picts, not the Gauls. Or whatever it was. So who do we have in chat? We have Callum, LGM, Melux, Silver, Bleach.
Yeah.
We have a Marky. We have a Monkey.
Oh.
We have an
Straight
L.
and not late.
Eh.
Questionable.
And
an LGM if you haven't mentioned it yet.
I think I did. I hope I did. And last and certainly not least is Danny, who's just rocked in. Speaking of late, I was wondering if Dave was awake. He showed up like 3 minutes before the podcast.
Yeah.
But I mean, fair enough. It's like fucking 7 a.m. for Dave.
Well, the thing is I was like standing here in front of my fucking computer and I just needed to log into the Discord server, but I got distracted by something which I'll cover during my segment.
Fun times, fun times. Suppose we should get into some shilling. So, we'll start off with the subscribe star. We're starting for the low price of 5 of your better US dollars. Yes, you can start with getting your name in the credits. You get to access to super secret rooms and channels and roles on the Discord. You get to have a different color for your name so you can show off to the pores. Like Maureen did, and she's like, why am I the same color as the filthy pores? And she had to go rectify that because she didn't want to look like Ford. Going up to 15 of your US dollars, you get to start with the really fun stuff. You can submit written comments that'll be read live on the show. You also get to come and join us for the monthly gaming / talking shit for 4 hours hangouts, which are always fun. We always talk immense amounts of shit. And then going up to 30 of your super fancy, sadly no longer gold-backed US dollars. You get the Grand Vizier tier, where you get to submit video comments that'll be viewed live on the show. And by some miracle, I actually have one to show you this week.
Oh, hot damn.
Yes. So this is from Callum, Dave tells me.
Oh, nice, nice.
So let's pop over here and zoom in a smidgen because Firefox is annoying and weird. And
greetings, all and sultans. It is I, VK. Yes, I'm going to start dabbling in video comments. No, I haven't the foggiest of how to do these, and don't expect much of these. I'm aiming to do these once a month while I learn to tinker, and when I do these, expect it to be hobby and nerd stuff. I don't know what it is about short troopers. There's something I like about them, and no, do not buy these minis like I did. The plastic's terrible.
I mean, short troopers are my buddy's like obsession where he's trying to build a kit, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Looks like Callum's about to start work on his grey army.
Yeah.
The ever haunting grey army.
Yeah. The growing gray horde. Okay.
Something that all of the physical collectors are familiar with, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But hey, it's a good excuse to learn how to tinker with a bit of video editing. You'd be surprised.
Also to learn that Yugoslavian M56 SMG mag pouches are what shore troopers use.
Yep. Monkey says he's better than all of us. His mum, his teachers, and even his school bus told him he was best. Look, Monkey, just because you took the short bus to school.
My big question for Monkey is, did they write it on the side of the bus?
Of course they did. How else is everyone at school meant to know he was special? And they should treat him like it. Oh, dear. Well, thank you for the video comment, Callum. Now, what's everyone else's excuse? Ideally, in like a couple of years, we have so many video comments that I can just put them in a VLC playlist and walk away for 4 hours, and that's it. That's the show. We'll just start the thing 4 hours early, then eventually show up. Bobcat's like, I
Not
have a
gonna lie,
family. So they can make videos too.
Exactly.
They can subscribe. I'm sure it'll be great if the kids start playing these videos at school. It won't inconvenience them in the slightest. Oh dear.
It's an education of sorts.
I mean, frankly, it's probably more educational than a lot of schools these days. When we go off on the weird autism-based tangents.
I mean, actually, consider episodes of Sultans part of the home education experience.
We call it, what is it? It's like social studies, politics.
All I'm seeing are excuses in chat. There is no room for excuses. Looking at you, Earl. And LGM.
L says he's also stupid in tech. That's never stopped Trim.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Poor Trim. Copping flack when he's not here.
He's catching strays, yeah. Your kids would get a very interesting education in things like weird caterpillars that make armor out of the body parts of dead spider leavings, which I still can't believe Dave fucking knew. That was supposed to be the hard one. Slow TV, on the other hand, was supposed to be the easy one for Trim. I'm like, how do I get Trim on the board? But no, apparently the fact... anyway.
Oh, Type 98.
Ooh.
Yes.
We like their rifles, especially the war samples.
The first question is it duffel cut?
Yeah. That is always a good question. Just remember, if you find someone who has intentionally sporterized a Lee Enfield, beat them to death with it.
Yes.
God, they're so hard to find. But just remember, it's illegal to have a military-style weapon. However, this Lee Enfield still got the blood of the last German it beat to death on it. That's fine. If politicians knew what the fuck they were talking about, eh?
If they did, then we'd be in for it. And I guess my other question is it a 98 or a 99? And I just got...
Speaking of that weird autistic tangent, off he goes. Oh dear. Speaking of autistic tangents, the weekly art-based autistic tangent.
Yeah. We haven't, I don't have the thumbnail up for the next episode, which will be Caspar David Friedrich as we move into the Romantic period of art, which, oddly enough, the Romantic period produced some of the most patriotic art. The current artist we're going to talk about, Caspar David Friedrich, was more a landscape and liminal spaces painter. Really, it shows the transition from of art into a more personal realm. In his regard, our last episode, Jacques Louis David, which I felt was an excellent episode, had a lot of information about the French Revolution and detailed the artists that portrayed some of the most iconic images of all time. Especially of Napoleon and then that death of Socrates, which is really again, a super iconic work. Most people have seen it, whether they recognize who the artist was, especially with the Napoleon one as well. Like that's the one of the most iconic images of Napoleon ever created. But yeah, our next one will be this Thursday, and it's likely to be pre-recorded. But it will be the same. It will be the same, and I'll be there to engage with the chat. But yeah, that's what we got coming up. Caspar David Friedrich this Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern time, which what is that? 10 a.m. Australian.
Yeah,
On
something.
a Friday.
It's not a good time for a night out.
Yeah. But if you if you're interested in the French Revolution and some of the goings on during that time, during the terror, stuff like that, I encourage you to go check out this the episode of Jacques Louis David, because we spent a good time talking about it, and I felt like it was a good episode. So
Yeah, the fucking terror, man. There's nothing the Germans did to the French that the French didn't do to themselves harder.
Exactly.
No shit.
And that's probably both wars combined. World wars, that is.
Yeah. Basically. Like, fuck me, they don't get to complain about the fucking shit that the Germans did after the terror. Fucking hell. The damn milice were just reviving an old tradition.
Yeah.
And quite a few of the people who a lot of people got what they deserved out of that French Revolution. And I feel like that history lesson taught from the French Revolution is becoming more and more relevant as we go forward in our society with things like the Epstein revelations and unjust wars and
the old, and I will say though that I think the French did prove that you can never behead too many politicians.
Yeah.
True. It's just when you start going after anyone who's not a politician that
I mean, they execute all their politicians 3 times, and that still didn't fix the problem.
Right.
And they're still French. Go figure.
Yeah.
They just had to import replacements, and now they're going to be speaking Arabic in a generation. So there we go.
Yeah. And they try and pretend that there isn't a fucking concerted effort by world governments to replace white people with literally anything else.
Yeah. Oh, I got a hilarious comment on the Anthony Van Dyke video, because Van Dyke was, he was kind of a propagandist for the monarchy, another failed marketing department. Because that guy, the guy that he was it King Charles, ended up getting his head fucking taken off. That's when Cromwell came to power.
Yeah.
And he tried his hardest to make sure that the English royalty were loved by the people, but just couldn't quite do it. So his marketing department failed.
Yeah. Oh dear. So yeah, you can catch that on either Dave's channel, titled Blackout Painting, or Bleach Demon's channel, Bleach Demon.
Yes.
Don't forget to also go subscribe to Trim's Art Shack. There'll be a new video up on Wednesday. There's been a few hiccups on the back end for the last couple of weeks, but we should be back to, well, there should be at least a video Wednesday, and I don't know if there's enough backlog for the week after before Trim gets back. Trim is a busy little fucker. It's like everyone Trim knows is like, oh, you're not at work today. Fantastic. You can spend 30 hours today doing bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, Disco and I were going to try and do a stream this morning, very early this morning, Australia time. But then late last night, I was informed that I'd been volunteered to drive the family shopping. Oh boy.
There you go.
It was not worth the argument, but fuck me, I wasn't impressed. Being a millennial's fun.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Well, I got to go help my mom do a bunch of gardening shit after this. So, so being a Gen Xer isn't much better.
Nah. The economy's been fucked for you guys too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like we're at the rent crisis in Australia is so fucking bad that the house 2 houses down the street for me went on the rental market for twice what I paid.
Good God.
Oh.
Absolutely
What?
fucked.
I guess we'll tangent here for a second on that. Is that my in one of my friends posted a meme about, and it was the meme of the Titanic gal where she's throwing that fucking $1 million stone into the ocean. And the meme was, boomers throwing away their kids' inheritance because fuck them or something like that. Anyhow,
Yeah.
but it highlighted to me that like the vast difference in the generational attitude, but the generational attitude entirely connected to the economy. Right, because the economy that we're in right now is the economy, it started in the fucking 80s. Like all of the bullshit that we're dealing with now started, well, the 70s and 80s. It really started before any of us could do anything, mostly because a lot of the politicians in Congress have been in fucking Congress since the 70s and the 80s. Yeah. And there was a much different attitude then, because like now, yeah, for sure, the boomers are just blowing through their kids' inheritance, and it's because a lot of the time they didn't get an inheritance themselves. They were self-made.
Yeah,
because they were in a go ahead.
A lot of the boomers as well just haven't made the effort to understand that, yes, when you were 18, if you knuckled down and worked hard and got an education and blah, 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 hard work would get you a house and a car and a wife and a dog and 2.4 kids.
Yeah.
But nowadays, do you know what hard work gets you? Fucking nothing. So what's the point? What is the fucking point in going to, doing well in school, going to university, getting a job, working fucking hard, making 6 figures when you still can't afford a fucking house?
Well, it's this very serious and deep disconnect between the economies that they created and the economies that exist now. Because if I've been looking at this, it's like you've got housing has a multi-tier problem. The first one is frankly feminism, because when you have women that are encouraged by other women to divorce their husbands or become single moms, suddenly not only does the work pool get diluted, but it also means the housing markets go to hell. And then you take that and line must go up, GDP good. and you start importing people with no consequence to the culture and to the future of the boomers' children, the natural outgrowth is going to be more housing crisis, demographic problems, and honestly, a unwillingness to see by the boomers what effects this is having on their children. Because, well, I did it. Yeah, but you also caused what we're going through. And after 2008, the economy drastically shifted because of all this government intervention.
Yeah.
And also a lot of it what kind of became this is a zero-sum game for millennials. And they went, as much shit as millennials deserve, there's also, well, of course they're going to behave this way because their parents either coddled them or didn't give enough of a damn to instill upon them anything other than, I want to be your best friend. It's like, no, this is not how things work. This is not how you build multi-generational family structures, for one, and also a means of getting each and every subsequent generation an ability to expand their wealth. Because the old adage used to be, well, I want my kids to have a better life than I did. And some of us are fortunate to have parents still like that, but too many of them are burned out hippies who don't really give a shit other than their own personal material culture.
Yeah. And a lot of people these days are complaining about the Zoomers, and I think we're almost getting to the point where fucking alpha are entering the workforce. Just shoot me on that ground. But I've seen a lot of posts going, oh, they're lazy and they don't have get up and go and they're not interested in workforce progression. They only do their job. They arrive at 9 and leave at 5. And if you're trying and ask them to stay late, they just give you the finger and keep going. It's like, okay, firstly, that's the correct attitude. Secondly, can you fucking blame them? Like, of course, they're not going to put in the effort to get promoted and take on more responsibility when the additional income doesn't get them anywhere. The average I ran the numbers on a mortgage for a $600,000 house. 1.2 million it'll cost you over the lifetime of that mortgage. How's that going to work on 60,000 a year?
Right. Yeah, and that's why you see in a lot of instances, the boomers they're selling their property, they're blowing their kids' inheritance, which was the ultimate thrust of the meme, is that the boomers were just blowing their kids' inheritance. And it's because they don't feel any responsibility to their children. Because and what I mean by that is they think that, well, I made it on my own, they can make it on their own, they don't need my help. It's like, yeah, but you're holding so much of the wealth and so much of the bullshit, and you're just gonna piss it away and give it to fucking some foreigner, which is what they've done. They've handed our economy over to migrants and illegal labor and foreign workers and bullshit, while only reaping the benefits from that. And I have no illusion that I'm gonna, and I think I've talked about this before, my retirement is for my kids, because I'm not going to be able to pass on a bunch of wealth for them, because I have not been able to accrue a bunch of wealth. But I do have a retirement, and so I put into my retirement, not because I have any illusion that I will ever be able to retire. I'll probably die sitting at my desk at work, or doing whatever, or in the mines at this point. But I will be able to pass on, the investments for my retirements to my children to help give them a boost.
Yeah.
So I'm working now for my kids' future, is really what it comes down to. But I don't feel like the boomers had that same sense of duty or obligation, because the economy and the buy now, pay the debt later mentality that ran and still runs our economies. They don't realize the chicken's got to come home to roost at some point, because it's not going to come home to roost during their lifetime. They don't give a fuck.
It also ties into that whole why Gen Z and Alpha and whatever aren't giving a shit as well. Like, you say that your retirement's for your kids. When a Gen Alpha looks at their fucking retirement plan, what's Gen Alpha's retirement plan? Shoot themselves at 60. That's Gen Alpha's retirement plan. So what?
No.
Because
it's government assisted murder.
Oh yes,
right.
That
it's
too.
made.
Yeah, the average Gen Alpha's retirement plan is made. So, and they don't have kids because they can't even afford fucking rice for one.
Yep.
And so it's like, what? Again, why would they work twice as hard for a 10% pay increase? What's 10% going to get you? You can't do
more taxes, as Marco pointed out.
Well, it's progressive taxes, and I can't be bothered explaining the math in that. But yeah, working twice as hard doesn't get you twice as much money, unfortunately.
Right.
And when you look at the average wages people have, what's 10% more going to fucking achieve? Oh wow, I can get fucking flavoring for my rice.
Well, it's going to barely keep up with inflation. That's the other thing.
Yep. You guys are keeping up with inflation?
No,
right.
But like, they complain that Gen Alpha doesn't put in the extra effort to get nice for promotions, and they work to rule. They show up at 9, leave at 5. Like, cool. Here's the thing: if you showed up at 8 and left at 6 back in the fucking 70s, you could be a manager, and then a manager could afford a 2-story house and 2 cars. Nowadays, I've seen what my fucking managers have gotten paid at work. It's one of the many reasons I fucking refused. They were salaried. They were salaried maybe 5% more than I was. So I'd take home more money than them because I'd work public holidays. Why work hard and get promoted when you're not getting enough money to make it worth it? And again, if a mortgage is 1.2 fucking million over 30 years, like, how much money do you need to have after fucking tax for that to be even conceivable, or before tax even? Like, if the median wage in Australia is something like 75,000, okay, cool. The government takes fucking 20-30% of that. Then you've got to, pay all your bills, pay all the other taxes the government wants a share of, pay for luxuries like electricity and food. Right. And by the time you're left with that, what can you fucking afford?
Right. Primed has a good comment in the chat there. The work culture of loyalty has died, and companies do not inspire anything but contempt. You don't owe your job anything. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, I've been at 3 jobs where I dumped my fucking heart and soul into that place and busted my ass and was one of the top performers, only to get fucking laid off. Mm-hmm. To get laid off, the last one I got laid off because executives overspent on bullshit, and they needed to shore up for the next quarter, and so they laid off. They cut a bunch of jobs because they had to send everybody on an executive retreat and ended up spending $200,000 that the company didn't have. So in order to make it up the next quarter, they had to lay off a bunch of people. It's like, good job, you fucking worthless sacks of shit. Mm-hmm. And then in terms of company loyalty, like, I got in trouble. I didn't get in trouble per se, but I got pinged because they said my technical trainings were too technical, which
What?
fucking explained that to me. But so my boss, this Friday, he's like, well, we're going to watch one of the trainings from the other guys. He's really good. And so you should watch his training and take notes. And so I watched his training, and it's almost exactly the fucking same as mine was. Like my last training, we followed the exact same beats. We talk about the exact same thing. I go into a little bit more detail on a few things than he did, but other than that, it's almost identical. And I'm like, oh, I see now. Like it just shows like, oh, okay, I see exactly what this is now. This is capricious nonsense. It's the manager of the company looking for a reason for something to bitch about. Because he hasn't bothered doing any managing all fucking year long. So, yeah, it was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Your technical training, that was one that blew my mind. Your technical trainings are too technical. Like, excuse me? Like, I'm trying to teach people how to use a product that they bought. He's like, well, you need to try to sell more. Like, fucking sell what? They're already in the boat. They've already bought it. Like, what am I supposed to sell them on? Holy shit. Like, yeah, I'm selling them because I'm teaching them how to use the thing they have already.
I tell you what,
So, yeah,
if I was involved in the procurement process and I'd bought a software package and then I arranged training for my staff and presumably paid for that training for my staff, and then the cunt tried to sell me something, we won't be fucking buying from that company again.
Yeah.
It was like when I heard that, I was just like, are you fucking serious? And it's funny because a lot of I've since seen like, and he had some valid complaints, I'll admit. But they made it very clear that my personal life is not their concern. My personal, I lost a brother and a cat, and I had a bunch of other problems last year. That doesn't matter. That's not their concern. It's not their problem, which fair. I understand, like every time the fucking manager says, well, we're a family here. We're really, we're supposed to be a really close,
an abusive,
group of people.
dysfunctional
Like,
family.
Like, okay, well, you guys lost the right to my personal life now. I'm not going to bother sharing anything at fucking work anymore. Like you set the standard right here that said we're not friends, we're coworkers. Totally fine. I can do that. I could come to work and do my job. And yeah, and I've since caught my supervisor doing a couple of the things that he complained about me doing, which is another one of those like, oh, okay, yeah, this was totally arbitrary and capricious. Like the complaints were just complaining for complaining's sake. They weren't actually, there wasn't any legitimacy to them, because if they can turn around and do the things they're bitching about me doing, that means that there's no validity to them bitching about me doing it. Basically.
Yep.
So anyhow, that's another fucking side tangent on that shit. But so that's we can move on, I guess. I'm not sure where we want to go from here. But
yeah, and but that's the thing. It's like you see shit like that go down, and it's like, yeah, never. Corporate culture now is a facade, and it's a very, very shallow thing compared to what it was, for our parents' generation, specifically Dave and myself. Where it's like, you started at a place, you could start as an apprentice, and you could retire as a chief executive. And now, yeah, and the boomers really kind of fucked with that too, because they're the ones that really started the high mobility. And then Gen Xers really went ape shit with that. And yeah, it's like, not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but there was a time when people would get roots in a community and not leave. Because moving was a big damn deal once upon a time. Now
Oh,
it's
I
just
fucking
routine.
hate moving.
Well, moving jobs.
Yeah, that
You
too.
know, like
But
job
yeah,
transport. Yeah, I mean, there used to be a time when companies paid pensions, but then that went out the fucking door.
there used to be a time when
companies,
companies filled vacancies from internal. If you needed a new
yeah,
if you needed a new manager, you looked, okay, which one of our workers seems the least retarded? That one. Okay, promote him and we'll replace him with a new hire. Nowadays it's like,
Yep.
oh, we need a new manager? Okay, let's go onto fucking LinkedIn or some other gay retarded website and find some fucking retard that sniffed farts and eaten shit for 6 years because they needed 6 years to complete just an MBA. And we'll hire them to be a manager despite the fact that they couldn't fucking tell you the first thing about this job, and this job is screwing two pieces of metal together.
yeah, they've really stratified the business classes, right? Executives don't get promoted within. Executives move from company to company. CEOs move from company to company. They don't, someone doesn't become the CEO or VP of a company because they worked there for 30 years. They get it because, oh, well, they were the VP of production over at Google for, they oversaw the downfall of this department at Microsoft. Let's bring them on here. kind of shit, right?
Well, the prime example is that stupid bitch at Cracker Barrel.
Yep.
Yeah. Or even the chick from fucking Budweiser, right?
Yeah.
Like they just hired some goofy marketing bitch and she tanked the company because she was unfamiliar with the company's market and values. Same thing with Cracker Barrel. That woman was wholly disconnected from the company's values. And she came in and fucked it up.
And yeah, this is I've gone hard against publicly traded companies.
Yeah.
Simply because that just means they're going to go chase, oh well, our stocks only returned 0.05 and we were promising 0.07. It's like, okay, but is the company's basic solid? Oh, that doesn't matter. They're going down the tubes because they didn't meet this random projection. Fuck that. I want companies that are consistent and know what the fuck they're doing, not faffing about chasing down some investor dollar when you get absolute shitbags investors.
Right.
Like, what was that? He was a big advocate, went around and basically tried to twist companies into things that they weren't. This guy's still around, a protester investor kind of guy. And it was just like, man, fuck that guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So speaking of
that's what a lot of the big firms.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Finish that thought because I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent.
I was to say that's what a lot of the big firms like BlackRock and shit do. Like aside from just being military contractors, they come in and they buy. They come in and they buy up companies and then run them into the ground or manage them into a slow decline just so they can reap the short-term benefits from it. It's not about the long-term benefits of anybody. It's all about short-term.
Yep. Yeah, and speaking of the corporate class of cocksucking wankers, like they're so wildly out of touch with reality, it's ridiculous. Like here in Australia, they keep banging on about the 4-day work week. And no, I don't mean the 4 10s. I mean 4 8s for the same price as 5 8s. Because like, oh, but product studies show that productivity. Oh, really? Oh, fucking really? Please explain how baristas' productivity is not 20% lower if they only work 4 days a week. It's the most privileged fucking bullshit I've ever fucking heard. Oh, because we spend so much time fucking around and being useless, we could just not even think about work for an entire fucking day and be just as productive. It's like there's two things there. Firstly, that's great. That's a very much a laptop class fucking problem. Anyone who actually worked for a fucking living is not just as productive if they only work 4 days. And secondly, if you could lose an entire day and be just as productive, that means that your company can fire 20% of you.
Right. Well, and that really is a something that comes from the corporate office mindset, right? Like, because there is so much busy work and bullshit, you know.
Mhm.
I mean, we all know they're make work positions to keep women employed.
Bullshit
A lot
jobs.
of those jobs completely meaningless overall, you know, very little impact on the overall company. Just you know, to keep that fake Jewish daycare open, to keep our birth rates low and to keep our people atomized and people separated from everybody else. So just bullshit.
But it's amazing that they literally got this. Apparently, someone did a study, and let's pretend the study's accurate. The study found that if they reduce the 5-day work week to 4 days at the same pay, productivity doesn't drop. And their conclusion was that, oh, we can just work less hours and get paid the same. Not that, oh, our job's worthless or we're being lazy and should be fired. No, the company should be looking at that going, wait, hold on. So there's 10 of you, and you're suggesting that productivity won't decrease if the 10 of you all take every Friday off. Okay, here's the thought. You two are fired. Now the rest of you actually get back to fucking work.
But then that goes back to what we were saying in the first place, was that the companies don't feel any obligation to their employees, right? Like the employees need to feel obligation to the company and not the other way around. And so it really emanates from within.
Yeah.
That and I think it really comes a lot from the fact that there are so many bullshit and worthless, meaningless jobs in corporate America.
Yes.
Like HR.
But it just goes to show that so many jobs just are full of people that are fucking around. And like, I've seen it in the workplaces, the amount of people who just fuck about. Like, it's harder in a call center when every second's tracked. But you see it in the people who aren't tracked in that way, especially the women. It's like, oh, it's interesting how you had a lunch break and now all of you are having coffee. Oh, well, but you're back at work. I say, but you're not working. Or they'll fucking book 2 hours of meetings every day. And I think we've all seen those meeting invitations where it's like, this could be an email. Like, you look at the things on it and go, just email me the fucking agenda. I'll write notes on why you're an idiot and send it back to you. It'll take 10 fucking minutes.
So I'm going to just put this out there. Women's jobs in HR are no different than union workers. Because I have not been into a closed shop during my time doing surveys in factories and you name it, that I've seen any fucking union workers actually doing their jobs. They're just like sitting around and being surly for the sake of it. And management can't do shit because it's a closed shop and they don't want to risk a strike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So on another tangent, I listened to two dudes whose their offices are separated by a paper thin wall. They had a 30-minute call and Teams meeting about how to look at a shared calendar. And it's like either one of you could have walked the 10 steps over to the other's office and stood over one of your shoulders and pointed it out to the other one. But no, they had to waste time and turned into a fucking 30-minute phone call. Like, oh, okay. Super productive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it just shows that people are being lazy. At least 20% of the work, each workday is wasted on bullshit. If they're like, oh, we can do as much work in 4 days. Yeah. So the company should just fire 20% of you, and you don't get to fucking complain. Because you've just admitted that you're all a bunch of lazy idiots. Like, I don't think that I could even be that lazy. Because I'd rather do my work and fuck off.
Right.
It's like
I just want to get shit done.
Yeah.
And like, I've always been a fan of one of the things that I liked most was when I was working at not necessarily the work, but the setup was when I was working at the meatworks. When we ran out of chickens, we got to go home. Oh, that was nice. So people actually worked hard.
See, well, this is another thing, and this comes from, I think, government down. Is this determination to be there at all times when, because with my company, it's like, if we got, we would say, we're going to be here on your at your site for 7 days. If we got it done in 5 days because we worked our asses off, then we're fucking off and going back home. It wasn't, oh well, because we were all getting paid the same regardless, and because we did by the job, not by the hour. And this is, but the government's like, oh well, we need to have this, slow down and accountability for people to be on job site doing government work. Well, when that pays the most, people are going to go after government contracts more, and that means you're dancing around and changing the corporate culture so you can be more amenable to the bullshit governance.
Yeah, and like, that's the thing I've seen in the workplaces I've been in. There's so many roles that should be salary based are hourly. So of course an employee is going to make 6 hours of work take 8 fucking hours if they're hourly. If they were salaried and they only had 6 hours of work and they could fuck off at 2 in the afternoon, they'd be fucking off at 2 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and that's, yes, there are jobs where they need to be hourly, like, because you're going to be there for your entire shift. Like, say, in a restaurant or something like that. But when it comes to fabrication and manufacture, a lot of that stuff can be done if you set quotas per day. And if people go over that quota, and so you can get all of your work done in a 5-hour day, but you're supposed to be there for 8 hours. Well, that means if you get your quota and you exceed it, so then you're going to get paid more. Oh, and then you can fuck off on Friday and take the whole day and get a 3-day weekend because you've been that productive.
Right.
People do. Well,
that's the mentality that's making the people in the office think that, oh, well, that barista only needs to work, 36 hours a week or 28 hours a week instead of 40 because, I can do my job in 4 days. I can do a week's worth of work in 4 days, which is often the case, but that's not universal. It's not, it doesn't work for service jobs. I mean, where people have to, or even a lot of manufacturing jobs. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, especially for customer service jobs. Like, in a lot of cases, you can't work faster. It is physically impossible to work faster. So you get paid by the hour.
That, I think, would be solved if the people in the office, by and large, had worked on the shop floor. And then they would understand the whole process. And it wouldn't just be like, well, let's just slap some vague numbers on the board. It's like, no.
Well, that's the problem with this.
The bullshit.
That's the problem with this whole delayed adolescence problem we're having, where people's first interaction with the workforce is at like 25. Or 23 or 25, depending on if they do like a master's or something. It's like, so, God, imagine if you were a hiring manager and a fucking 25-year-old came in and you're like, okay, tell me about your previous work experience. And they're like, you don't have any. What the fuck do you mean you don't have any? So what do you know how to do? Oh, well, I've got a degree in business. It's like, okay, that's great, but we make widgets. And then they just sit in a corporate job and have no idea what it's like to work any kind of job that is that can't be that where there isn't a room for an efficiency improvement. Like any form of customer service, has pretty much been whittled down to max capacity. like the guy at the fucking
you get the illegals doing that too.
Well, that too. But like the guy at the checkout he's still there for 8 hours, no matter how fast he scans the fucking vegetables or whatever, because he has to be, because there are customers there. As a side note, I would dearly like to remind the government that if people are expected to work from 9 to 5, maybe have government services open till 7. Anyway.
No, they've got to fuck off at 3:45.
4:30, of course, yep. So by the time everyone gets up, that's one of the things that's fucked me off the most on working. It's like, cool, I need to engage with the government. Oh, great. They're only open 9 to 5, and I only have a half-hour lunch break because I work for a fucking retarded-ass piece of shit call center. Fantastic. I need to book a day's leave to go deal with the fucking government. And
wait, hold on. Your government's offices stay open till 5?
Some, only some.
Excuse me?
Well, the weapons licensing branch is closed on Wednesdays.
What?
That's ridiculous.
Yep.
But not surprising.
Yeah, Marky says he only got seasonal jobs until he got his current job at 24. Yeah, but you had jobs. Multiple. It's in the ass. And also, seasonal kind of makes more sense if you've got a longer seasonal gap. I think we've only got like 6 weeks in Australia. So you don't really do a seasonal job thing, but you can get some, like all those pop-up Christmas stores that you see rock up in like November. They're usually looking for a bunch of slaves. I mean, young workers. So, and they're certainly not going to hire your adults because, again, the dumb fucking government has somehow magically decided that a 16-year-old is worth less than an 18-year-old when the job is scan Chinese-made garbage at the checkout of a pop-up Christmas store. Like, fuck off.
Yeah. So corporate culture and the workforce is busted. It's broken, which is a legacy of the notion that, and this was a very popular notion in the fucking 80s, that the business of America is business instead of the business of America being manufacturing and being making quality stuff and being supporting families and helping to build families and helping to build the wealth of the base instead of shareholder value.
Well, and honestly, it got worse under Clinton and NAFTA because holy shit, that out
way worse. Yeah, way worse.
Speaking of way worse,
I say it started in the 80s and just got worse. So anyhow,
yeah. Speaking of way worse, how's America going to go when all these companies realize they haven't made a single fucking cent of profit off of AI, and the whole fucking bubble collapses, and like fucking what is it, like $1 trillion worth of fucking made up bullshit fiat suddenly fucking disappears into the ether?
Yeah, that's another thing. So, but yeah, we could keep going on that. I think we killed some time here.
I don't know. I don't think don't know if we needed to, but we
certainly did.
we can move on to some other topics now, because I know we have Bleach particularly has a bit of a white pill for us that I'm
which we
grateful
should
for.
save for last.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so that means Dave. So let me just get that up on the screen.
Okay.
All right,
Let me get
Dave,
to mine.
you're up and ready.
All right. So yeah, moving on. I've got a brief thing talking about the continuing spurg out in Idaho, because it never stops here in Boise. We've got a giant Libiquita advocacy group of bored wine moms and crusty old boomers that moved up from California because they could sell their shitty one-bedroom house and buy a McMansion here. But this is just a continuation of that. So, and of course, it's reflected in this article in the headline here. Idaho governor signs bill to force teachers to out transgender minors to their parents. Now, and then the subheadline: 9 protesters who oppose anti-trans bills were recently arrested in a sit-in protest. The bill is not anti-trans. It's just not. That bill is pro-parents. It is pro-transparency. It's a parental right bill, because parents own the children. And as much as these school administrators and abusers don't want to admit, the parents ultimately own the children. They're responsible for them. They're responsible for their actions, as evidenced by that guy who is likely going to prison for a very long time because his kid shot up a school. You know, whether deserved or not. But this is a bill about transparency and non-grooming, right? Which you can see is really necessary looking at this fucking goofy troon right here. So we'll get to the article here. Idaho Governor Brad Little, who's a chode, on Friday signed a bill into law to require teachers and doctors to out transgender minors to their parents or face lawsuits.
You mean
And that's such
inform parents of the mental disorders of their children?
Exactly. I say that's such disingenuous framing. The out transgender minors to their parents or face lawsuits. It's like, what kind of family are you building if you're letting the school obfuscate things about the children, right? The school doesn't have more rights to the child than they do, and despite what these idiots think, the child doesn't have a great overarching right to privacy from the parents. You just don't, right? Like, as a parent, you're responsible for your child. You're responsible for your child's actions. Now, if you choose to not exercise that responsibility and allow your child, you know, to do stuff outside of your purview, that's your ability, you know, that's your right as a parent. But the school does not get to remove that from you, nor does a fucking doctor.
Yep.
And I was telling the boys, the reason why I was kind of late today was because I looked on Nextdoor to see if there was anything about Asher on there. And it was just a huge spurg out about this bill. And people saying, oh, well, there's HIPAA violations, blah, 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 which doesn't apply to minors.
It's never applied to minors. It couldn't.
No, it's never applied to minors.
Well, idiots.
Right. It's like, yeah, they're absolute idiots. And like, oh, well, there's going to be a lot more homeless children. Like, really? No, you guys are just idiots. They think that this is going to start a wave of kids getting kicked out of their house because of their conservative parents. It's like, well, first off, that was a trope in the fucking 80s, right? It hasn't been a huge thing. And second off, what they're doing is helping to hide children from their parents, to helping to hide children from having that discussion with their parents, right? And if a child generally, you know, if they genuinely feel a certain way, then they should express that to their parents. And without making that an obligation, they're they're atomizing the children away from the parents, and it's a further move to destroy the family. It's just an action against the nuclear family. Anyhow, I'm going on a rant. Let's finish the article. House Bill 822 requires schools, healthcare providers, and childcare providers to notify parents within 3 days after the entities receive any request by the minor student to participate in or facilitate the social transition of the minor student. That would include using a different name than their legal name, including a nickname, using pronouns or titles that don't align with their sex assigned at birth, which is not a thing. There's no sex assigned at birth. There's only your sex. Sex observed at birth. It's not assigned. Using restrooms, locker rooms, or changing rooms or overnight lodging that are meant to be used by another sex, and playing on a sports team of another sex. Like, yeah, the parents of course they should be informed about that. Like, I don't understand what the problem with that is. Entities would be banned from assisting a minor's social transition efforts without written consent from the parent, which is good. And the Attorney General could seek up to $100,000 in civil fines for entities that violate the bill.
Frankly, the social transition should be illegal, full fucking stop. I don't give a shit what the parents sign.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The parents signed a form saying that it's legal to beat the child. Or it's legal to cut the child's fucking head off. It's like, cool. Yeah, child abuse is generally considered to be illegal, no matter what the parent fucking thinks. The parents signed a consent form for the priest to diddle the kid.
In reality, what should happen is the kid comes to the teacher and says, I want you to call me Sally. I'm not Billy anymore. Call me Sally. And I'm going to sit with the girls. And the teacher should go, whatever, Billy. Whatever your friends call you, I don't care. That's not my concern what your fucking friends call you. But when you're in my classroom, you're Billy and you're participating with the boys. Full stop. Yep. Like, the students should not assist in the social transition efforts. They have no business doing that. The students don't have the schools don't have any real right assisting social efforts at all. They're there to educate. They're not there to raise the children, which is the parents' job. The parents' deal with the social areas. The schools deal with the intellectual or the educational areas.
I'm gonna have to be an asshole and interrupt to ask another question. But like, didn't schools solve this fucking problem like 60 years ago because of the fucking Koreans? Like, doesn't every school since the beginning of fucking Christendom have like a box that says legal name and then a box that says preferred name? Because the fucking Koreans are like Bom Ching Fong, and then their English name is John. They're known by one legally and then another socially.
Yep. Now, I will say there are cases where there needs to be outside intervention, but those are fairly rare compared to this whole transtender bullshit. Because it's like, okay, the parents should know about this at all times. If it's an unsafe environment, because mom gets drunk and tries to whore out the kids, that is for an intervention. But the mother should know that she's getting drunk and trying to whore out the kids, and the kids should be able to say, hey, my mom's a piece of shit. And that's okay, CPS gets involved. But the way they've been going is, and you've already pointed this out, it's like they're trying to protect the kids from dealing with shitty parents just by saying, oh no, you don't have to tell them this. We're going to give you a safe space and then groom you and make things worse for your life.
Well, but so I reject the whole framing of the parents being unsafe in that regard. Right? It's not
for this sort of
the
thing,
parents.
yes.
So, and teachers are already mandatory reporters of things like abuse. Mm-hmm. Like if they witness abuse or something like that, or they suspect there's abuse in the home, they're already legally obligated and can be sued right?
Yes.
Like if your teacher sees you coming in with bruises and a black eye and doesn't tell the authorities and something happens to that child, that teacher can get in fucking trouble for it. But this is a much different. And even though they're trying to put it under that same framework and saying that like, oh, well, the parents are they're abusive for not acknowledging their child's gender. It's like, well, not everything a kid does deserves to be acknowledged properly.
Correct.
You know, like when I was fucking 15, I wanted to get a tattoo and my mom said no. Does that mean my mom was abusive? You know,
apparently
like,
in
no.
this day and age, yes, but
Yeah, and that's how they're treating it. So anyhow,
yeah, no,
continuing with the
I
article.
agree with you. I'm just pointing out, yeah, there are some guide rails that need to be addressed, but not the way they're going about it.
Right. So the bill passed the Republican supermajority controlled legislature widely with support from all but 3 Republican lawmakers who were present for the votes. Bill was largely opposed by the legislature's 15 dildos, and Boise dildo Rep. Brooke Green said she accidentally voted in favor of the bill last week.
Fucking retard.
Oh my
Fucking
God.
idiot. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it was an accident. Major medical groups say gender affirming care is medically necessary and safe, which is a lie
on all accounts.
Yeah, a lie. Yeah.
It's
The
in
American
fact
Medical
several lies.
Association. Right. And there is no such thing as gender affirming care. I'm sorry.
No,
It's just-
The care is
totally
medically
is.
necessary. Right. Like, oh, you're telling me the people who benefit financially from experimenting on children are calling it medically necessary. Like, oh, okay. Sure. The profit-driven people are saying that their profit, you can't not cut into our profits, is basically how that sentence reads. And some European nations are tightening standards for gender affirming care. And what they mean by this is banning it outright because it makes no fucking sense.
the
9
reason we
protesters who
banned
opposed
electroshock therapy for the guys because it was unscientific and
Right.
didn't do shit.
Right. Although oddly enough, they still do ECV. ECV is still it's an approved treatment for certain types of depression resistant or a treatment resistant depression because
with a shockingly higher efficacy rate.
Right. Because simulating a grand mal seizure in a controlled setting, which is what ECV does, helps reset brain chemistry and puts people in a resets their serotonin and dopamine levels. So anyhow, 9 protesters who opposed the bill were arrested on trespassing charges last week in Idaho's governor's office at the Capitol after refusing to leave once the office is closed. So it's public place during office hours. After office hours, it's no longer a public place. It's closed to the public. When the office is closed, they have no obligation. They have no right to be there.
Yeah, and
Well,
the Supreme
there's
Court
no-
recognises that time, place, occasion, reasonable time, place, and occasion
Yeah.
restrictions, and one of those is opening
Yeah.
hours.
Right.
All I'm hearing is they were staging an insurrection and should be treated as such.
Yeah.
It's kind of and more disingenuous framing here from our and I'm pretty sure the author is we've looked at this guy, the Steele, author Queer Gayenstein has a problem with the bill. In Senate debate, Coeur d'Alene Republicans Senator Ted Bowes, who co-sponsored the bill, said the bill closes a loophole for social transitions in the state's law that outlaws gender-affirming care for minors. And that has held up to the Supreme Court. That went all the way to the Supreme Court and was upheld by the Supreme Court. You can't give gender-affirming care to minors here. It means you can't give minors pills or surgery to help them medically transition in the state of Idaho. And that needs to be nationwide.
Yeah.
A loophole was left in the law, and it did not mention social transitions, the process by which vulnerable children are led into the pipeline. This bill is before us today to close that loophole. This legislation upholds parental rights through transparency. Senator James Ruchti, a Pocatello dildo, which Pocatello is the armpit of our state. It's one of the worst fucking places here. Anyhow, recounted a story featured in his local newspaper, the Idaho State Journal, about a couple who was arrested after allegedly beating a 7-year-old girl. Okay. Child abuse happens. Yeah. Child abuse happens, and this doesn't have anything to do with the bill. This, again, like I said, mandatory reporters. Teachers are mandatory reporters. They have to tell CPS if they suspect something like this. When we write these statutes, we're writing them for all families. And so when nurses, when doctors, when educators tell us we need a little more room to be able to handle these situations carefully, it means that we have to possibly go to a family like this and tell them something that the family may not like or may not be in a great place to hear. But that's not your obligation. That's not your duty, and it's not your concern. Dr. Jessica Rowland, a doctor who profits off of abusing children in eastern Idaho, told the Idaho Capital Sun that the bill removes the professional judgment that allows clinicians and educators to keep children safe.
Have I lost Dave? Has Dave lost me? Yay, technology. Oh, it's my end. That's fucking fantastic. Sorry, Dave, we just lost about 20 seconds because Discord's a steaming piece of shit.
Fantastic.
Okay, so it wasn't just me. I thought, oh, my internet shit the bed, and then it's like, no.
Oh, it was.
I think it's all of us. Lovely.
Yeah. So I'll go back. I can see it on the screen here. I'll go back, but yeah, the doctor who benefits from abusing children claims that they've removed the professional judgment, and that is the sole purpose of the bill, is to remove their quote unquote professional judgment. Clinicians and educators have shown themselves to be ideologically captured and incapable of acting in the actual best interest of the child as a whole. Especially when they're trying to queer the children, when they're trying to push Tumblr bullshit onto children. Which really where this is what we're seeing is the result of the Tumblr generation of children becoming cheat teachers, of the kids who grew up in this social echo chamber of Tumblr and the internet, where they're all eating each other's shit and reinforcing, glad handing and jerking each other off, talking about how great and beautiful they all are. It's the rise of the midwits into the educational class and trying to push their midwittery and bullshit onto everybody else. I'm not going to bother reading what else this idiot wrote, but that's the thrust of it. So Idaho signed another based bill, and Troons freak out. Troons and wine moms freak out, to no one's surprise, because they don't have anything better to do and probably should be working more hours at their barista jobs.
But they keep trying to unionize, so they're on strike.
Right.
Fucking unions.
So that's my first thing. The next thing I have to cover is the legendary spurg out from our president in this really long Truth Social post where he condemns a lot of the America First crowd. So we'll read this here because it's funny. So this was truthed out, which is the dumbest fucking way to say it. Anyhow, by Trump this week. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting. Cat stepped in front of my screen. Have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it's wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. Because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at the past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off of television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity now that they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts. But nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. Should say MEGA there. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN 100% approval rating for Trump. Which, yeah, okay, whatever. Not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist, or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me in the now famous Only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accused the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man, when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money from the ongoing
First Lady of
lawsuits.
France. Jesus Christ, Trump. Firstly, you're off the deep end to start with. There's no way this tweet is in any way beneficial to anything Trump's trying to do. Secondly, respected First Lady of France. Respected. France.
Oh, no.
What?
No. It gets better. It gets better.
Oh, my God.
Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is far more beautiful than Candace. In fact, it's not even close.
Okay, no. Like, I'm not a super fan of Candace, but that's just straight up wrong.
Right? Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers. They always will be. And now fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them. But wait, this contradicts what he said about CNN in the top.
And also, CNN and the New York Times hailing Alex Jones, who
that never happened.
Who definitely deserve to lose these guys trillions, have a $1 trillion fucking lawsuit against him.
Right. Hailing them and giving them the first positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA. They're just losers, just trying to latch onto MAGA as president. I could get them on my side anytime I want, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength. It's not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that. But I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump.
That has to be that might be the stupidest thing I've ever heard Trump say.
Right. Like, this is absolutely an insane rant.
Like, properly
I fully believe he's... And, like, CNN, and this is what he's saying, oh, they're getting the best news coverage from CNN. Like, no, you just said that CNN gave you a glowing approval rating. All of these guys, the fucking New York Times, CNN, all of the radical left organizations are the only reason that they're not actually on their knees sucking Trump's dick is because they're so deep in the Palestinian bullshit that they're conflicted, right? They've uh, they've gone into this really weird dissonance space where they're angry at Iran because they want to latch onto that Palestinian narrative, but then they're also Jewish run. And so they really want to blow up Iran. The news organizations have been pushing for war with Iran for decades. Just like so many congressmen, Iran's been 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon since the 80s. You know, there's no legitimacy. I believe there's no legitimacy to them saying, oh, well, they are so close to a nuclear bomb.
Like, I'm not.
When really one of the biggest, Israel is one of the largest state sponsors of terrorism. If you look
the
at it,
second being the United States, but yes.
Right. Well, yeah. So, and Iran has been a, they have been a global force for terror. That's undeniable.
Like,
but so has Israel.
Like, I'm not opposed to the idea of bombing Iran back to the Stone Age, or as we call it colloquially, 1872.
Right.
And
if you're curious where this comes from, or where this attack really comes from, I've got a few articles here. So Megyn Kelly, who was mentioned in the tweet, she actually said she'd still stand by Trump because the Dems are worse, which is 100% true. And this is from Robbie Suave, who's not, he's actually decent. Actually, he's got some good takes on things. The Hill, in my opinion, is one of the least worst magazines or news pieces. And a lot of this comes on the heels of Trump threatening to wipe out Iran. And here's the from the Terrible People magazine, talking about the Iran, or talking about Alex Jones and the impetus from Alex Jones. So the one thing that that Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Alex Jones really have in common is that they're not in favor of us fighting wars for Israel, which is, it's undeniable. That's the only reason we're in Iran. It's not because of some, supposed nuke, because in all reality, North Korea has nukes, right? And North Korea is far less friendly and actually far more likely to use a nuclear bomb against America than Iran is. If Iran had a nuclear bomb, they would nuke Israel if they were going to nuke anybody. And they're not going to do that, because if they nuked Israel, it's going to irradiate their whole fucking region. Right? The whole mutually assured destruction thing is real. And as long as Iran, and they say these guys are in favor of Iran having a nuke. Yeah, because they're in favor of Iran preventing Israel from using a nuke, because many people feel that the most likely person to use a nuke would be Iran or Israel.
With the Samson
option, the Samson option. It's Zionism is an apocalyptic death cult. Full stop. Zionism wants to force the they want to force the return of the Messiah, is what the whole purpose of Zionism is. And they do that through Jewish supremacy, through the supremacy of Israel. And one way to deter that would be allowing nukes to Israel's neighbors, so that Israel doesn't do Israel shit, as they're already bombing and terrorizing all their neighbors constantly anyways. And not to say that's one-sided. It goes. They've been doing it in Lebanon.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's a whole complicated thing.
It goes back to what we've been saying, though, that that bunch of retards has been fucking fighting continuously for 2,000 fucking years. The only time they knew peace is when Rome ruled the fucking land. So fuck them.
Right.
We shouldn't be supporting any side of this. We should be building a metaphorical wall around the entire fucking Middle East and going, let us know when someone wins, and then we'll fucking figure it out.
Yep.
Right.
So and something I want to point out, the flip side of the Zionism death cult is the Twelver death cult, and that's the Shia Iranians. They're the biggest proponents of that. So you have two, and honestly, Iran historically wouldn't give a fuck if large swaths of their country and their neighbors were irradiated, because they just don't care. So you've got two groups that have everything to gain and nothing to lose, duking it out, and the United States is, I think, been duped into believing that this is more about China than these two death cults going at it.
Right.
And American interests are clearly in relation to the Chinese threat, the existential Chinese threat. However, that is being undermined by all this other bullshit that is clearly two clashes of civilizations. And and that's the thing I think everybody is not understanding, and has got pushes me off the deep end. It's like this is presented internally in the United States, and I'm talking at the higher levels of this is in a long-term strategic in national interest, and it has been so well crafted that people believe it, because when you get enough people saying it, it has to be the truth kind of a bullshit.
Right.
And so that's why Trump was like, yeah, we're going to do the ceasefire. And Israel's like, nope, we're going to do what we do best. Blowing up brown people, even though they're brown themselves.
Start shit. Right. Yeah. And, and so, back to the thing here. So Alex Jones, on his podcast, said, how do we 25th Amendment his ass, as quoted in the headline here. And that's the other thing. Like, Alex Jones is one of the reasons Trump got elected. Like, if Alex Jones had opposed Trump from the beginning, Trump wouldn't have got any traction, or he wouldn't have got as much traction. He would have, because he would have lost a significant portion of his base. And like it or not, there is a significant portion of the right-wing base that listens to Alex Jones, because Alex Jones is right on a lot of shit, dude. Like, he may be crazy, but he's more tuned in than a lot of people would like to admit. So just to briefly look at this article, Donald Trump's facing backlash from a once outspoken supporter amid his escalating threats of Iran. And that stems from when Trump said a civilization is going to end tonight.
A very stupid tweet, wasn't it?
It is. And that's such a terrifying thing to say. Like, I don't hate the Iranian people. Like, I'm not a fan of their leadership. I'm not a fan of their religion, definitely. But them as individuals, I don't hate them. And I don't think that they as a civilization deserve to stop existing. I don't even necessarily think that about Israel. I think those people have a right to be there and live their lives how they see fit. And we don't have a right to nuke them out of that, which was the fear. That was really the fear that people were. There was a big amount, a large, let's say, a large feeling of angst amongst the people that would be the ultimate action here. And especially for people who, especially people on the left, who view Trump as wholly unhinged, and have, an unrestrained maniac, they full on believed that he was going to nuke Iran, and which doesn't look good, and then it doesn't look good for people who even supported him at one time, because then they're supporting, it's like, oh, well, this is what you voted for. And of course, we're all getting a whole bunch of the fell for it again medals, because one of Trump's, his major running points was no new wars. and now
Yeah.
we're in war.
Which
we were-
I have legitimately wondered, like, why the fuck? It's America. It's like 3 of the largest militaries on the fucking planet. Why is this an ongoing conflict? It should have been a fucking 3 a.m. bombing of every single piece of government or military infrastructure in the fucking country, and then by fucking sunup, the whole thing should have been fucking over because there should have been no fucking enemy left. What's the point in having that many fucking bombs and bombers if you can't just level the fucking infrastructure in an afternoon? It's been what, a fucking nearly a month now? It's Iran. It should have been fucking white. It should just been fucking like anything that the government could use to attack America's interests should have been eliminated in a fucking at like 3 a.m.
Right.
Well, that's something where I think there was a element of they had to figure out what assets were actually active and functional rather than what was on paper. So yeah, it's going to be more than just
I thought that's
overnight.
what you paid an ungodly amount of money to the CIA for.
No, that's to elect governors in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Ah,
Yeah.
spy on
So,
Australians.
I'll be frank here, and I know I'm the odd man out on all this, but when Trump was like, "Oh, no new wars," I'm like, I don't know if I can get behind that. I just, you know, if it was a actual war, not just a, oh, let's go do some nation building bullshit, yeah, fuck that. But if it's an actual fighting war where you break shit and kill people because that's what needs to happen, fine. But that's not what has happened since 1945.
It's
Right.
not been
Well,
useful.
I
It's not
think
even
that-
been useful conflicts, really. Like, how many tens of trillions has the US spent on conflict since the fucking 50s? And they've achieved what exactly? What's Saigon
Right.
called again?
Well, and Bobcat points it out in chat perfectly. Explain how attacking Iran unprovoked on behalf of Israel is going to make America great again. Right? Like if it was something where we were aggressed upon, where American interests were aggressed upon, people would be more supportive of the war. But as it stands now, Iran was not a threat to us.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
people don't, and the American people specifically, and the majority of Trump supporters did not see Iran as a specific threat to us, because if we did, they would have just voted for fucking Hillary in the first place, because that's what we would have got, was war in Iran. So
Yeah, it's not
a continuing
imminent
quagmire in the Middle
threat
East.
necessarily. It is a threat, but it's not like an imminent one. It's and like you want to take Iran out. No, what you do is you stop buying their fucking oil, you fucking idiots.
Well, we don't. That's the thing, is we don't.
Well, who the
America
fuck
doesn't
is?
buy America
Why
oil.
the fuck is
And
America
so-
there?
Right. Well, China is the greatest threat to America, hands down.
Mm.
They have been for a few decades.
Since the
Chinese
70s,
spies.
When we opened up trade to China, they went from a backwater second world country to a existential threat. I mean, hell, I remember in the 90s, before they got their nuclear program off the ground, they were
Mhm.
having spy ops throughout the entirety of the US government. And we're talking every
Yeah.
level. And
Mhm.
people just
Right.
kind of blow past it. It's like, oh, well, you know, whatever. It's like, no, the reason why the Chi-Coms have ICBMs is because they came and stole our shit.
As
Right.
is tradition.
And people ignore the fact that there's been numerous like biological warfare labs found being run by Chinese nationals in the United States, that Chinese nationals have been caught multiple times trying to smuggle in fungus that would be damaging to our food supplies. Like
The
that
Chinese
China has,
spies that successfully smuggled Ebola out of Canada.
yeah, exactly. That Chinese spies have been one of the greatest threats to the existential threats to Western civilization, right?
Yeah.
And on top of that, they don't want to do anything about it because our business class has outsourced all of our manufacturing to them. And so the perpetuation of America being a business only country is completely dependent on cheap Chinese labor and manufacturing.
Yeah, I
Right?
fucking love that the West has apparently collectively decided that we like cheap trash so much that we are going to make the fucking communists rich, wealthy, and armed with fucking nukes.
Right. And so in regards to like a national conflict, I think China should have been more of a focus. And right now, because we're so concerned with Iran, China is now beginning to aggress upon the other nations around them.
Yeah.
And not necessarily actively trying to seize land yet, but they're positioning military boats all over the place. They are pushing their fishing boats all over the place to destroy the fisheries of other nations, to help damage their food supply. So there's much bigger threats in this world than Iran. And I think that the imminence of a war with Iran was not as imminent as a actual conflict with China. But
Israel
also wanted war with Iran.
As imminent as another war with fucking Argentina. Because apparently those cockheads want to have another go at the fucking Falklands. Like, you want a war, America? we can fucking go with Argentina over the fucking Falklands. Because if they decide they want to invade the Falklands, well, a good part of a war over here is destroying their industrial capacity. Soon as an Argentinian military person steps onto the Falklands, everything vaguely flying an Argentinian flag in Argentina just gets leveled.
Here's my question. Do you think Starmer would be able to rally enough of a coalition to oppose that?
Well, given that Starmer's a bigger pussy than the literal fucking woman, no.
Yeah. But no, I think if they had framed what's going on in Iran as opposed to, BRICS and oil supply to China, I think that would have at least been something that people could say, okay, we understand that.
Yeah.
But well, the biggest thing about this has been, what's the casus belli? Or belli? Like, what the fuck is it, Trump? Like, what is your cause for war? Israel. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
How's that America
They're going to have
first again?
nukes. Yeah, exactly. Crying that, banging the same Iran's going to have nukes drum, which is like, well, we let India and Pakistan have nukes.
And they haven't fucking used them. Damn it.
Well, I'm surprised they haven't fucking fought on each other yet.
God, I'm just crossing my fingers for that one. But people forget that the whole reason Israel has nuclear technology is because they stole that information from us as well. They exfiltrated the information, the nuclear plans and nuclear material from the United States during the 50s. They had no real program going over there until they stole it from us. And that's the only reason Israel has nukes. It's not because they developed the technology on their own. They stole American technology. They stole uranium from the United States. Kennedy paid the price for it, for opposing Israel having nukes. So anyhow, oh shit. And my Chrome just crashed. That's awesome.
Yay. Thank you, technology.
There's got to be something that goes wrong every fucking episode. And it's
Oh, I gotta find-
because fucking Video Ninja's special, it's decided that it's Bleach's time.
Wow.
Right.
Gee, let's just sort of Dave's conclusion there and go right into mine. What the fuck?
Yeah.
No,
I just want to add one more thing for the reason that Trump attacked. Tucker Carlson was because of Carlson's insistence that that Trump was acting inappropriate, right? Which most people understand. Trump was acting with his Trump. I had it up on screen before everything crashed. Said vile on every level. Tucker Carlson rips Donald Trump over his Easter Sunday F-word post.
oh, boo-hoo, but yeah.
Which, well, it is a bit pearl clutching, but at the same time, there is clear legitimacy to it, because our president and our politicians in general should be expected to act with a bit of decorum, and by doing two things, saying fuck you on Easter and saying praise be to Allah on Easter. Both of those things are incredibly offensive to American sensibilities and to the American. It's a violation of decorum.
Yeah.
And I think most people can recognize that. And of course, Tucker Carlson was unhappy about it.
Yeah. So, I do have one final question. Do you think that Trump has found Hunter Biden's cocaine stash, or has he been chewing the lead paint on the fucking walls of the Oval Office?
Right. And that's why Alex Jones is calling for the 25th Amendment, because Trump is acting erratic, and he's doing it on behalf of Israel. Threatening to wipe out another civilization is not a normal thing.
No, as much as I say that we should nuke the entire Middle East, and that is a policy position, it's not exactly ideal for Trump to say that, especially if he doesn't mean it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And it's just poorly phrased even on the top, but like, there's so many things that could be said. Completely destroy anti-American anti-American assets in the Middle East. That would work, but wipe out their cultures. Like, again, not that I particularly care. I would lose no fucking tears if Trump did nuke the fucking place. But maybe don't say that. It was so incredibly stupid thing to say.
Yeah.
I heard someone try to soft pedal it where, civilization just means governmental structures, because when you have a revolution, it changes the civilization. I'm thinking to myself, that's a big load of cope right there.
It is. He could have said so many other things. It could have been infrastructure. It could have been military infrastructure, which would be even more palatable to most people. Like, if the thing had been, we think that Iran is about to attack us, so we did a 3 a.m. raid to wipe out their military infrastructure, most people would be like, fine. But again, it's been a fucking month. What exactly have we been achieving? How many assets have we lost? What military objectives have we achieved?
Right.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And again, what is the casus belli and was the goal? If he turned around and said, we think Iran's going to start attacking shipping in the Strait, so we need to wipe out their military capacity.
I could almost get behind that. And the fact that they already destroyed Iran's nuclear program. Ostensibly, admittedly, the White House said they already destroyed Iran's nuclear program.
Well, that should have been the end of it, shouldn't it?
Yeah, that should have been the end of it, because if we're worried about Iran having nukes and we destroy their nuclear program, then done and done.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Get the fuck out of there. stop trying to conquer the nation on behalf of Israel.
Stop trying
Which
to
is just how it's
rebuild the
coming off now.
fucking way the world runs. Like,
Yeah.
holding a gun to someone's head to get them to do what you want is great while they see you're paying attention. But as soon as you fucking slip, you get stabbed in the kidneys.
Yep.
Please see the 20 years, tens of trillions of dollars spent to replace the Taliban with the fucking Taliban.
Right. But yeah, and then it does bear recognizing that Trump tweets unhinged shit all the time.
Yeah, but it's getting increasingly unhinged, which is somewhat concerning.
Some of the stuff he says is some of the stuff he says is incredibly entertaining. So it runs the gamut of whether it's concerning or not. And I will admit that Alex Jones's calls for the 25th Amendment are a bit overboard.
Major makes
and
a good
bit
point.
Crazy.
The number of personalities purely spiraling over Trump's Iran tweets is ridiculous. Yeah, they're not great tweets. Yeah. I wasn't a particular fan of the tone of the destroy their civilization. Again, not because I'm opposed to going, Muslims nuke, but because it's just really fucking stupid to say that if you aren't then going to nuke them.
So I will say that one thing that's, I don't know, there's something going on with Tucker and Islam that bothers me deeply. Because he's like talking about, and here's the quote. Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning, Carlson asked. So obviously you're mocking the. Well, let me finish the quote because it bugs the hell out of me. So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay, so if you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology, presumably. You do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself. The fuck it is. No.
Yeah, firstly, that's retarded. Secondly, Tucker, I'm atheist here.
Yeah, and I have the article pulled up that actually talks about that before my fucking browser
is
crashed.
it showing now? Okay.
Let me get it pulled back up. Because I did have that article pulled up talking about that.
And if not, I can read the rest of it because I found that. And it's just there is some because there was something about Tucker talking about like, oh well, Islam's got good ideas. It's like, no, it fucking doesn't. It stole all of its ideas from Christianity and perverted them hard, and took its bad ideas from the other religion that has its Christianity has its roots in, and perverted those even further.
Right. Yeah, and that's I have the article from Politico talking about that information. But no, yeah, you're 100% right that being pearl clutching about offending Islam is fucking retarded. Fuck Islam and everything it has to do with it. I don't give a shit about them.
Yeah.
And attacking Islam does not delegitimize Christianity in any way. In fact, it reinforces it. I'm not a fan of Trump tweeting out praise Allah in any sense.
Even in a mocking
just because
way.
I don't think, even in a mocking way. Yeah. I'm not a fan of that because I don't think anybody should be fucking saying that. And so I can understand that. I can understand tweeting out the F word. I can understand tweeting out the F word being offensive. I don't think that I don't necessarily like they call him Tucker Carlson now because the people think that he's been bought off by Qatar. And there may be some truth to that. Who knows? But-
Honestly, I haven't really looked into it because I don't give a flying fuck about Tucker Carlson and never did, never followed him. Because I've always thought he was a bit of a pompous windbag. It very much sounds like a bloviating arsehole being a bloviating arsehole. So it's like, who cares? Like, who the what's the list of Tucker Carlson? Oh, a bunch of boomer cons listen to him. Okay, cool. As an aside, though, can we have a word about not letting fucking 70-year-olds have the nuclear button?
Yeah.
Or fucking 80-year-olds.
80,
Yeah, or however. Yeah, maybe we need a cutoff at like 65 or something.
Yeah. Upper age limits and lower age limits is a good thing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So there's I guess the long and the short of this segment is that there's infighting within the right regarding Israel and Iran, and I guess it's up to the individual to decide how much legitimacy you want to put into that on either side. Like personally, I'm not a fan personally not really a fan of either of them. Again, Iran is a big state sponsor of terror. Israel is a big state sponsor of terror. They're both awful, shitty nations with awful, shitty government or awful shit. They're not awful, shitty nations. They're awful, shitty governments. Is really what it is.
I mean, leave them to fight each other, and whoever the winner is, that we'll make a decision then. But until then, with these violent countries that are aborting their fucking stupid, these third world shitholes that are exploiting their third world problems, we shouldn't be allowed to export them to our fucking country. We should be looking at the Middle East and going, you clearly are incapable of fucking living together. So at most we can have one of you in our country. Ideally zero, but at most we can have one. Because there is no sane circumstance we can let the fucking Jews and the Muslims in.
My position is you let them just go at it hammer and tongs, so it makes it that much easier to say, well, no, you're all war criminals. Get the fuck out of our country.
Mm-hmm.
God damn, yeah, right? Yeah. So, that's what I got. Let's we want to jump over to Bleach to actually have some good news.
Did we want to go to your news, Bleach, or did we want to do my stuff? Because I think you said you wanted to go last.
I'd prefer to go last if we want white pills, but
yeah, it's easy enough. We'll just go back to what I had, or we'll try to anyway. I had a couple of things up, so we'll see how we go for time. So I'm just going to bring up the first one. So this is a little something that Disco sent me. So this is houseofthepeople.com, and this compares how the people who've signed up would vote compared to how the government would vote. So through the beauty of a fake email address and Disco's old postcode, I've now signed up. So we can see all the different things. Like, here's the big one: crime and policing bill. Passed through the House of Commons. 85% of the people who voted on this random website, and fuck knows what those demographics are, by the way, just for the record. No idea what the demographics of this website are. So do keep that in mind. But 85% of those demographics oppose the crime and policing bill. 97% oppose the courts and tribunals bill. That's the one that's getting rid of juries.
Why?
Pension schemes, representation of the people. Yeah, lower the voting age to 16. That's a brilliant fucking idea. Oh, protects candidates from harassment. By harassment, do you mean saying that they're a fucking idiot on Twitter?
Yes.
Bunch more stuff here. So they have a gap tracker over here. 66% of the time, the outcome would have been different if the public had the vote. which is a problem. If, and it's a big if this website is representative of the general British population, and 66% of the time they're voting against the government, who the fuck is the government representing? Because it's
They're representing their diversity.
who are far less than fucking 40%. They're representing some fucker. But it definitely does not at all seem like they're representing the people. Again, if the this is representative. So again, who the fuck are they voting on behalf of? Because they're not representing their constituencies. Like, you'd expect it to be like 56% green. But anything above 50% red indicates a problem. It indicates that the politicians aren't representing their constituencies at all in any way, shape, or form. So that's, I think, very interesting. Tobacco and vapes bill, 29% of the people versus 9% of the House of Commons. Terminally ill adults, 41% of the people versus 55% of the House of Commons. English devolution and community empowerment bill, 16% of the people, 69, nice, percent of the House of Commons. All sorts of other things here. Oh, Grenfell Tower Memorial Expenditure Bill. So we got, how about you make the fuckers that built it pay for the memorial? Major says, these graphics illustrate the stark reality that modern governments do not care about the people, nor do they answer to the people. They're pigeonholing the populace into a very dangerous position. See Ireland, circa now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but basically everything you scroll through, there's very few things that the people want more than the government does. Like nearly everything you can see, people don't want it, government does. So again, who is the government representing? It seems to be that they're representing the interests of a minority. What's that minority? It's not really the brown people, because the government doesn't actually give a shit about the brown people. They give a shit about the big money. Which is very fucking concerning. And whether that big money is coming from the crooked-nosed Middle Easterners, or the child-raping Middle Easterners, or the other child-raping Middle Easterners, or the child-raping Middle Easterners that use slavery to build their national infrastructure, that doesn't narrow it down at all, does it? Which is good.
No.
Or is it coming from just big business? All of the above.
I think it's all of the above, because you just can't have this level of absolute indifference if it's just one or two of these actors. This is definitely on par with this whole WEF mentality, where it's something along that could, I always talk about it, the conspiracy of like minds. And they have enough people slapping them on the back saying, oh, yeah, no, you're doing great by reducing the freedom of your people. They don't deserve that.
Yeah, you know better. The public's stupid and uneducated. Which is true, but not as much as they seem to think.
Well, the only reason people are uneducated today is because we've relied on federal government testing and education standards, like across the world.
Yeah. Yeah, so many things that the public, this is the big number. 66% of the time, the people disagree with the government. That's a problem. If the graph was reversed, you'd be like, that's kind of about what you'd expect. but 66% of the time it doesn't match up. There's something seriously wrong there. Yeah, it's absolutely a malicious measure. So what else do we have on this dodgy fucking website? Oh, God. No, I don't want to set a fucking username, you fucking idiots.
There was a study done a while back on American politics that showed that no matter what the people wanted, the corporations always got what they wanted.
Yeah, funny that, isn't it?
So, yeah. It's like the people oppose all sorts of shit that gets passed just because the government wants it. Stuff like mass immigration, stuff like NAFTA, you know?
Yep. So one of the things I wanted to look at is this one. Rank MPs by your views. If this is what I think it is, I thought it'd be a bit fun to go through here. Ready to find your political matches? Oh, fuck yes. Ah, there we go. You need to vote on some bills first. Right. So let's have a look at some bills. Crime and Policing Bill. Let's see. Oppose. Northern Ireland Troubles Bill. What the fuck?
What?
What the fuck is this nonsense?
Are they
Repeals
apologizing
and
for
replaces-
the troubles?
Parts that were ruled incompatible with the European Convention of Human Rights. Who gives a fuck about the EU?
Jesus.
The EU is in
Yeah,
favour.
EU say the EU, what is it? CHR is absolutely fucking retarded.
Yep. What else do we have? English devolution. Oh God, Angela fucking Rayner.
Oh, Big Ange.
Yep. But I think we can oppose it just based on the fact that it was opposed by Angela Rayner, without needing to read further. David Lammy. Oh yeah, this is the one that gets rid of juries. We'll oppose that.
Yeah.
I'm just. Oh, Angela Rayner. Liz Kendall. What else do we have? Armed Forces Bill. Oh, Shabana Mahmood. Yeah, whatever this is, I'm going to oppose it. Oh dear. David Lammy. I'm going to oppose that based on the fact that it's David Lammy.
Yeah.
Anything that he's in favour of must be bad. What else do we have in here? A menstrual and gynecological health bill. Really?
Uh-huh. Okay, that's weird. So I noticed it has her listed as Ms. whatever the gibberish name is, but no one else has a Mr. or
That
Ms.
is interesting,
or Mrs.
isn't it?
Oh, I thought they had Diane Abbott listed as Ms. Diane Abbott as well.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
What else do you have? Finance
Clean Air and
Act.
Human Rights Bill. Oh God! Oh, it's that stupid bitch.
It's a fucking communist. Yeah. What else do we have in here? Anything else interesting?
Rural Crime Strategy Bill. What are they trying to introduce it?
Yeah, seems that way. Well, that's why they want to move the immigrants to the country.
Go down to the bottom again. There was an arm's length. Where the hell was it? Oh, I saw
Arm's length bodies, accountability to Parliament bill. What the fuck?
Okay, what the hell does that even mean?
New requirement for direct parliamentary accountability of arms length bodies, executive agencies, and non-departmental public bodies. Requires the minister to move a motion of House of Commons approval of relevant documents and reports to Satan's account within 40 days of their being laid before Parliament. Vote establishing mandatory parliamentary votes on financial reports and accounts. I think that seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll click support on that.
It's just weird. It's weird phrasing.
Yeah, well, it's...
I didn't know if that was like a COVID thing.
God, could you imagine?
It's like the use of scheme, which in American English is usually something malicious. It's like, oh no, we've got this new healthcare scheme in the UK.
To be
It's like,
fair,
oh, so you've got a plan.
To be fair, healthcare schemes in the UK are malicious.
Well, that's true.
Here we go. Carbon emissions from buildings, net zero bill from some fucking commie. Let's oppose to that. What else do we have? Online services age restrictions bill from some fucking animal. We'll oppose that. Armed conflict requirements bill by some communists. What's this shit?
Dr. Douche strikes again.
Green Islam Party bill. That's not terribly helpful.
Yeah.
It would be nice if there was some information there, guys. But on the grounds that it's been proposed by someone from the Greens.
Why do they have a United States Military and Security Operations Oversight Bill? I'm curious to see what that is.
Let's have a look at what this nonsense is.
My first guess is it has to do with bases.
They haven't even done a reading of it.
No.
Aims to give according to a commenter, aims to give the UK Parliament's Intelligence and Security Committee formal power to oversee how the US uses UK military bases for operations. It requires the government to disclose information about these operations to the ISC, ensuring greater transparency. So basically, they're upset that America might use their bases as a staging ground for something the America's doing. Well, maybe you should defend your own fucking borders then.
Yep.
Well, this is a poorly designed website. Waste incinerators bill. Whatever. Yeah, we'll oppose that because fucking. Sustainable Aviation Fuel Act.
Jesus.
No.
So it says sustainability. Letterbox's positioning bill.
What?
They're in the mosques.
Yeah, they're talking about women wearing burqas.
What's this nonsense? Does it give us any information? Amend Schedule 1 to the building regulations by saying new requirements for the requirement mandates for letterboxes, new buildings, and new front doors must be positioned in accordance with a European standard for accessible letterbox design.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Okay.
The European Union wants it, so no.
Wait, what? Yeah. Now let's look at this human fertilization.
No fucking information. Okay, do the comments say, do we have documents?
No comments. They haven't even got through the first reading of it yet,
yeah.
So.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny looking at that versus what's fairly common in the U.S. This is really shit.
Energy and Employment Rights Bill. Oh, God, please have some information. No, nothing.
No.
Okay, there we go.
That's a comment. That's someone who doesn't understand what paragraphs are so they can go fuck off. Greens and its energy so they can eat a dick. What else do they have? Tax reliefs. Images non-consensual recording and distribution bill. I mean, that's probably legitimate. Maybe.
Maybe.
Depends what they mean by non-consensual. If they're talking about sexually intimate images, sure. If they're talking about being a bunch of Nazis and not letting people film in public, then no.
Yeah, that's the question.
Yep.
British Indian Ocean Territory Sovereignty and Constitutional Arrangements Bill by Priti fucking Patel. Oh, God, here we fucking go. What's this crap?
Yeah.
The bill reaffirms British UK sovereignty over British Indian Ocean Territory. Shay goes, okay, this is because a fucking cock Starmer is trying to fucking give Chagos away.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I think that's a support because fuck Keir Starmer. Anything he wants must be wrong. Anonymity of suspects bill. What? New criminal offense for knowingly disclosing information likely to identify a person who's subject of an investigation. Yeah, no, fuck off. Eat a dick. That's just so we don't go, oh, look, it's another Muslim.
Right.
Exemption from value-added tax for public electric vehicle charging points.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, eat shit.
Just no.
If I have to pay fucking GST and fucking fuel extra bullshit charges, then the fucking wankers charging at public stations can pay fucking for it.
Or just eliminate any VAT tax.
Oh, what have we got? Illegal immigration offences bill. 2 new criminal offences. Being present in the UK without legal authority and entering or attempting to enter the UK without legal authority. Yes. Thank you. And now we have Vaccine Damage Payments Act Review Bill. What do we got here? Formal review of whether the relevant statutory... whatever, don't care. It's not specifically about COVID. What else? Anything else interesting in here? We might finish this page. Women, Peace and Security Bill. Oh, fucking Christ.
Oh, my God.
Establishes a statutory duty for the Secretary of State to have regard to the UK's National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. Well, we'd have peace and security if the women had shut the fuck up. The key to peace is not having to listen to women's opinions.
Jesus,
Yep.
no shit.
Yeah.
This is why the Church of England has collapsed.
Because women haven't been chased out with a fucking whip.
Yes.
Russian frozen assets, seizure and aid to Ukraine bill. Really?
Of course. Of fucking course.
Unlawful seizure, return to Russia with apologies, please. Yeah, whatever this is, I fucking oppose it. As if the UK has any fucking business being involved. Vehicle registration documents, sale of vehicle bill, animal shelters. Don't really care about that. UK EU Customs Union duty to negotiate bill. Here we fucking go. And vacant commercial properties temporary use. Those sound interesting. And of course, no fucking information. Dear wankers who make the site, you need to put out information for all this shit.
Yeah. Although anybody named Dr. Al Pinkerton, I'm voting against their bill.
God, and it's a liberal
And it's a
Democrat.
lib bin.
Duty to negotiate bill. No, the UK can fuck off. The EU can eat a dick. Arms trade inquiry and suspension bill by fucking Zara Sultano, the fucking MP for ISIS. Investigate the end use of UK arms export. No, fuck off, terrorist.
Oh, fuck off. Yeah. The Gaza in Jeremy fucking
For Jeremy
Corbyn.
fucking Corbyn, the literal communist. God damn, people are fucking retarded. All right, anything else in here? Reindeer licensing for exhibition bill by some literal dyke from the fucking Orange Party. From the a literal dyke from the Liberal Democrats. Oh, Christ. International Court of Justice advisory opinion on policies and practices of Israel, sanctions and other measures bill by some fucking cunt. No, fuck off.
Yep.
Climate Finance Fund, fossil fuels and pollution bill by the same cuckold. Palestine statehood recognition bill by some useless terrorist sympathizer. Rough sleeping decriminalization bill. No, get them out of the fucking streets. Like I would love for us to be able to come with with a way of providing safe, secure, temporary accommodation to the fucking homeless. However,
Poor farm.
that said, yeah, that'd work. That said, I don't want to have to step over a fucking drunk person and then slip in a pile of piss when I'm walking down the fucking street.
Well, and the solution to homelessness isn't enabling it.
No.
It's really kind of what it comes down to.
Yeah. I mean, and the worst part is there are some of these people that are homeless, just that's what they want, and there's no way to get around it. But there are people out there that just they're down on their luck. They're going through all sorts of hell. There's no other option for them.
Here's an interesting one.
Living in their car. So,
the Holocaust Memorial Act was opposed by the House of Commons, but the House of the People, this website, was in favor of it. So let's see what this is about. Because if there's any... Authorize the Secretary of State to incur expenditure. No.
Nope.
Fuck off. The Jews can build their own memorial.
They've got enough of our money.
Exactly. They don't deserve more.
They're just going to do it with your money.
Fertility treatment right to time off bill. No, fuck off.
No.
This is a blue. Deprivation of citizenship, promotion of terrorism and violence bill. Hello. From Reform UK. Well, sounds good based on the title. Access
Universal
to finance for
credit.
women in business bill. Eat shit, die.
What's that? Universal credit bill. That sounds sketchy as hell.
It is because, but for our purposes, just think welfare.
Ah, okay. I was just making sure it wasn't some sort of like easy access to universal loans or something. Oh,
no, that's this one over here.
Okay.
Access to finance for women in business. But if this bill requires, it restricts universal credit to citizenship, that'd be nice. What's this one? Emergency and life-saving schools bill. If that's making high schoolers take a first aid course, I'm fucking in.
If it's maybe making them learn to use firearms correctly, I'm in.
Either or. Bill requiring the teaching in schools of skills related to emergency situations. Because I found the actual website where they're stealing this from. If it would like to load. So, yeah, including life-saving skills and for connected purposes. I mean, that sounds good. Let's have some of that. Let's teach first aid to school kids. That sounds like a good idea.
Yep.
Employment Rights Act. Planning and Infrastructure Act. Well, that's Angela Rayner, so anything she's involved with can go. Right, I think that's more than enough of that. Let's try and see if we can get that page for whose votes, like, fucking sidebars. Rank MPs by your views. There we go. Have we voted on enough things to see who would vote like us?
Not Rupert Lowe, then I'll be disappointed.
Has he even gotten into a position where he votes for anything?
I don't think so, but still.
Is he an MP yet?
I thought he was, but
yeah, like Yarmouth.
Your political profile. Apparently, everyone votes like us. So there's something very wrong. There's something very, very wrong with this system.
The nice thing is, you're not in alignment with the Green Party.
Well, yeah, conveniently, neither Labour or the Greens are on here, so I guess that's a win.
That's such a load of horseshit that there's nothing actually makes sense in that.
No, because only 6 of them had been voted on or something. The fucking Plaid Kimmer or whatever the fuck. No, fuck off. Everyone should do first aid as often as they can afford. It's one of the most useless skills around. Right. So, enough of that nonsense. I want to look at something else as well. I want to have a look at how the thing that never happens keeps on happening and getting recorded for the public. So, ABC, so the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, think the BBC, but with even less decent shows. Cuts ties with trans lobby group after bias exposed.
What a shock.
Yep. The ABC has severed ties following the Australians' explosive revelations that the group influenced its news coverage and programming for years. No shit! And it's the gayest influencing that it sees. So, move comes 4 months after the, what is it? They called the Australian, exposed a string of cases in which the broadcasters ABS is disconnected. That's really fucking helpful. I think it's back. It may be back. I fucking hate technology. God, I hate technology.
Oh, we got the technical difficulties. There we go. We're back now.
Unfortunately, if you would like to have disconnect protection from Streamlabs, you have to get an enterprise plan. And they can suck dick.
Aggressively, too.
I need to find a solution that basically does the same shit, but isn't fucking gay and retarded. Like, come on, it's disconnect protection. Like, have the disconnect protection be on tiers. Like, you get a minute on one tier or something. Or 5 minutes. But if you want to have longer than that, then you pay a corporate price or something. Right, where were we? So, further documents obtained under Freedom of Information laws last month showed how the ABC won platinum status with the fucking trans organization after pledging to use its unique position to push the advocacy group's agenda in its on-air journalism and programming. Fucking what's this stupid organization supposed to be? Do they actually tell us? No, they don't, because journalism's a dead art. It's all capitals. It's supposed to stand with something. We'll call it ACON. But think of the one with the K and it's funnier. Former ABC's managing director, some wanker, had already won Pride in Diversity's CEO of the Year award. Oh, the completely useless fuckwit award. How interesting.
Well, so I presume that they're not a manufacturer of trampolines.
No. The Australian is still seeking more than a dozen documents submitted by the ABC to score points in the workplace equality scheme that's refused to hand over, despite, the law. In an internal newsletter circulated to some staff this week, the ABC said it conducted an assessment of its external partnership and included someone no longer providing sufficient value to the organization. No, you were caught being horrendously biased, despite the fact that it's literally illegal for you to do so because they're the state-funded broadcaster. It absolutely fucking and now they're lying about it because, of course, they are. And they're also ending relationships with the Australian Disability Network and the Diversity Council of Australia. Ah, yes, very representative of normal people. Asked whether the ABC now acknowledged that its relationship with ACON had damaged its editorial and programming integrity, the ABC told the Australian on Wednesday that the review of workplace partnerships had affirmed we are meeting our obligations of editorial independence and impartiality. So they lie again. The ABC remains committed to diversity and inclusion, so they haven't learnt their fucking lesson and need to be taught again. And will redirect funding to internal initiatives. How about you redirect funding to making some good fucking TV for a change? Just once. Just some fucking thought.
You are asking for way too fucking much, dude.
Yeah. Well, Australia's never made good TV, and we've only made like 3 or 4 good movies, so.
Fair. Mad Max being among them.
Only the first one, because the rest were American movies filmed in Australia.
There's only one movie called Mad Max. That's it.
Okay, that's fair then.
Is it the AIDS Council of New South Wales?
Yes. I believe that actually does show up somewhere, probably. Well, that's one of the variety things.
So either that or acute optic neuritis network.
So the withdrawal from ACON follows acknowledgement by ABC Managing Director that the Australians' revelations had raised serious issues. The dickhead confirmed at a standing inquiry in December that the ABC's relationship with ACON would be reviewed following multiple complaints by women's groups and gay and lesbian groups that ABC coverage of trans issues had been infected by bias. No shit. The fucking Australian Pedophile Inclusion Awards. Oh, for fuck's sake, what's that?
Do you really want to know?
Every fucking time.
Uh-huh.
If they'd stop trying to make the conspiracy theories look true, that would be great. Because it's getting to the point where I have to Opposition communications spokeswoman Thum Dum Bimbo welcomed the decision on Wednesday, but said it was regrettable. It took reporting by the Australian and repeated questioning by the coalition's sound estimates for common sense to prevail. It is extraordinary that Australia's most prominent trans lobby group was allowed to permeate the ABC with its radical gender ideology agenda. There's a fucking mouthful. The national broadcasters should not be making deals with any activist group. That's correct, regardless of what side of the issue they're on. Or cause which only serves to undermine editorial independence and create an indefensible perception of bias. Fun fact. In Australia, we have something called the Public Servant Code of Conduct, which specifically states that you cannot even appear to be biased. Not only can you not be biased, you can't appear to be biased. Particularly worrying for critics is the failure of ABC News and Current Affairs programs to report on the growing scientific and medical challenges to gender-affirming medical intervention for children and teens. And Dave talked all about that earlier, about how it's a load of nonsense and bullshit. Several prominent ABC journalists, urinalists, including those who reported favorably on gender-affirming medical care, have hosted ACON's Pride events. How interesting. And of course, they have their own ABC Pride thing with the modern Pride flag. In Britain, the BBC withdrew from a similar partnership with charity Nonswall in 2021 over concerns that the relationship had damaged its integrity. Hey, Bleach, here you go. Previously known as the AIDS Council of New South Wales, ACON changed direction under a plan by its then Director of Community Health, some wanker, switching its focus from gay health to trans rights. Every fucking time.
I wish these people weren't making it
shit,
so
we've
easy.
got everything we wanted. Oh no, our tax exempt status. As the nation's self-appointed arbiter of workplace inclusion for trans employees. Nonsense. ACON boasts that more than 500 member employers, including Australia's largest government agencies, public and private companies, universities and research organisations, have signed up to its trans rights agenda. The trans right to what? The trans right to molest children. That's what trans rights mean. Like other Pride in Diversity members, the ABC spent tens of thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours of staff time implementing their retarded workplace demands, changing computer systems to allow retarded non-binary titles, building all gender bathrooms, and offering gender affirmation leave. No, you want to fucking give people some funding for bathrooms? Single occupancy. Just lots and lots of single occupancy solves all these problems and means the men don't have to wait for a cubicle to open up. And yeah, Unfortunately, some of the article gets lost behind the advertising. But we do have other things. Oh, gender affirmation leave. That's a fucking fantastic thing. Oh, you would like time off so you and your mental illness can mutilate yourself? Yeah, sure. The government will pay for that.
Yeah.
Documents obtained under the Freedom of Information showed how the ABC scored extra points in ACON's Australian Workplace Equality Index because of its journalists and content makers that often reach out to the broadcasters' ACON-supported Pride Network advisory group. All those people should be fired and homeless. Speaking of bullshit corporate jobs that we got distracted on for like 45 minutes. The journalists wanted to gain guidance on a piece of content they work on and ensure they address any questions associated with the language and their approach to matters associated with the alphabet soup retards. The ABC submitted in its bid for extra points. And that doesn't sound remotely like fucking bias at all, does it? The Pride Committee was there to ensure that retard inclusion is achieved within our workforce, but also in our content. It won points and awards for developing positive programming. You'll also, yes, positive programming. No, programming, also known as propaganda. Streams for trans issues, like the Instagram channel ABC Queer and the podcast Innies and Outies. Absolute nonsense. So yeah, I thought we were told that this didn't happen.
Of course not. No.
Fuck. Oh, sucking. I'm so fucking glad that I've been taxed to fund these retards.
As you should be.
To quote, to quote Dankler, I think, I've paid taxes for things you wouldn't believe.
Right.
I do love that line.
It's so succinct and effective. And on that note, I think we can call my segment there, which leaves us about the right amount of time to go over to Bleach's stuff. I think, hopefully.
Yeah, well, I'm a little long-winded from time to time, but I think we can manage.
Are those times between 0 and 2400?
Centuries, yes.
AD. I should have specified.
Yes.
Alrighty, sir. You have control.
Alrighty. So, yes, we're going to talk about the Artemis II program. And yes, I decided since it's public domain because it's the federal government, I am using some absolute free propaganda.
Yeah.
So
I was quite happy when I found that the image that I put in the thumbnail was public domain. It's like, yes.
So yes, on April 1st, the Artemis II had launched, and let's just be honest. There is something amazing about seeing a rocket launch. Don't care how old you are, how young you are, whatever.
Engine go vroom.
Yeah.
Big engine go vroom or better.
Big engine catch on fire. And yeah, so this was from the Earthset or Earthrise over the moon while they went around.
Oh, that's fucking cool.
Yeah. I mean, it's just this moment of like, I can't not cover this, especially since they just touched down yesterday. So, we will pop all the way back to the top just to give you a little background before we dive into some of the more interesting detailed stuff. So, Artemis II was the first manned mission to go around the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972.
I would like to interrupt to say, dear journalists, you should all be fucking beaten because every fucking headline I saw was, we're going back to the moon. No, we're fucking not. We're doing a drive-by.
Yeah. So, which
Still cool
the
as
idea
shit, though.
is the next couple of missions with the Artemis program will get us back to the moon, which I think is long overdue. I mean, it's 50 years overdue. We should have been back on the moon back in the 90s. Honestly, we should have been setting up moon bases. We should have been figuring this shit out, especially with the technological advances that we have. Because if your smartphone has the same computing power that Houston did back in the 60s and 70s to land on the fucking moon,
I'm reasonably
we should
sure
have
that
done
my
this.
phone has the computing power America had in the 60s.
Probably, yeah. So this mission has been planned since 2017, and it's a long-term project, and it was supposed to actually happen last year, but the retiring space agency was like, yeah, we're going to put it off for a year, because they found some inspections with problems with the inspections, and I can understand why after the shuttle problems, but we haven't had the shuttles 20 some years, which kind of a shame, but that's immaterial. So yeah, heat shield. So that was Artemis 1, and you can see, come on, here we go. So you can see some of the scorching problems, and yes, it's supposed to chip, but this is a significantly larger amount of failure than they were expecting.
Yeah, that's a touch higher than you'd want.
And this was unmanned, but that meant, okay, they had to go back to the drawing board, reevaluate. So yeah, proper concerns were taken. So it talks about some of the. So we'll get into the actual mission itself, and we'll actually, there's an animation because it's NASA that we can actually watch. But just so you've got context, so the launch happened from Cape Canaveral. They basically went up and around the northern hemisphere, and then eventually launched so they could go around after they separated from the Orion module. Yeah, Orion module is right there. So that goes, they go around with the translunar projection, and it's worth seeing, but when you see the animation, it really lays it out. But before we get to that,
Hilariously, I know half these terms from fucking Kerbal Space Program.
I mean, it is a good program. So
That's
we'll
not the
talk
sequel.
about the crew here real quick. I'm not going to go in their bios. You can read it on your own. But so you've got the commander, who is Gregory Wiseman, naval aviator. So
What's his name again?
he's batshit crazy.
Oh, yep. And,
Gregory Wiseman.
but they call him Reed, apparently. Fair enough.
Yeah. Some people go by their middle names. It's kind of a thing. And so apparently he's the oldest man to go above low Earth orbit. So
At 50. Crazy, isn't it?
yeah, it's we're all getting up there, but yeah, it's like, ooh, I did not catch this before. So he was a Tomcat pusher. He flew Tomcats. That's completely amazing. So then he went into NASA, because if you either are a test pilot or you land on ships, the next logical step is to go and fly around in space. So interesting guy. Don't need to go into all the details. And then you've got Victor Glover, who is a test pilot, continuing that. And then he's a FA-18 pusher, so also naval aviator. Again, keeping, test pilot and batshit crazy by landing on a carrier. Win-win. So the Christina Koch the woman that left the kitchen the furthest behind. And let's see, she was not a naval aviator, but did NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So obviously, she knows how to make really nice sandwiches. And then we'll get to the other woman, Jeremy Hansen from Canada. And yeah, so Canadian Air Force, really anybody that, again, yeah, he left the kitchen behind too. I mean, she. So now you know who's flown. Okay. And this is just kind of the program as it currently stands. So exploration test flight was basically testing the Orion capsule. So that was back in 2014. 2022 was Artemis 1. And that was basically checking the entire system, payloads, trying to say, okay, what will work and what will fail. And then you get Artemis 2, which we'll keep talking about. Then you get Artemis 3, Artemis 4, and Artemis 5. And there is talk about, with Artemis 3 and 4, integrating some SpaceX tech to possibly make it a bigger, idea as far as re-entry. And potentially there was something about basically an orbital system going in for the landing. And then, so again, a massive progression back to 1970s level of tech.
I mean, you're talking to SpaceX is not a bad idea considering what they've been doing with the reusable rockets landing on those fucking platforms. Like, you probably want to have those engineers talking because, I mean, if they can fucking land on a platform on the water with wind and shit, landing in no fucking atmosphere is going to be a piece of piss.
Exactly. And also, with the there's a new SpaceX rocket. I wish I'd pulled it up, where they're, instead of just being caught, it's actually doing reverse thrust landings with one of their new rockets. Ooh. So that could be really big with everything to come. So, and also with the technology that's developing, but I'll get into my conclusions and hopes the further we go into this. But yeah, 2028 is the goal for really getting back on the moon, which is awesome, which is overdue.
That's going to be like one of the highlights of. No, Dave's not even remotely that old. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm like, hold on. Is any of us old enough to remember this? No, not quite.
No.
So my apologies, Dave. Dave's dad probably remembers. But yeah, no, actually, for most of us, that's going to be a highlight of our lives, I think, going back to the moon.
Yeah. My grandfather has these NASA photographs that you could order from NASA for like $5 back in the 60s and 70s of the lunar landing.
Oh, so not cool.
And it's like, you could frame these things.
I wonder if that film still exists.
Yes, it does.
Because you could, the resolution of film is great. I think it's like 5K. So you could get a fucking have a wall that's just that. And it'd be crystal clear.
Do not tempt me.
It's too late. Be right back ordering negatives copies from the NASA.
So just yeah, and again, these are some of the propaganda photos, if you want to call them that. But let's be honest, there's nothing like seeing Earth as this gigantic object in space. I, I can't even tell where that is globally. Oh, is that Australia? No,
No, that looks like
Can't tell what
Eastern
that is.
Seaboard. Oh,
no, because hmm.
unfortunately, all the
It
bits
will-
you need to tell are under those fucking clouds in the top left.
Yeah.
It-
Well, regardless, I'm seeing Earth glow. It is something that's just like that's a thing that's hitting the horizon. Oh, LGM is telling us that's Africa.
Really?
Oh
Which
yeah,
part?
there's Spain. So Spain is, if you can see my cursor, it's up on kind of the bottom
oh,
left,
right.
and then you've got the big
Oh,
bulbous
it's
part of
upside
Africa.
down, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Oh, because I was trying to figure out what that land bridge was. That's
Yep.
the thingy with the place, with the city we
Gibraltar.
need to retake.
Yes, the Straits of Gibraltar right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, Constantinople is a little further up. And yeah, it's just that seeing stuff like that, especially the Earth hemisphere, and of course you have a woman putting her face in front of object.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Actually, no, that's Commander Reed Wiseman, but still, it's like it might as well just be a woman putting her face in front of the object.
To be fair, he doesn't actually have his face in front of the object. You can still
Well,
see the
true.
entirety of the object.
Yeah, and this is all on the NASA website, and yeah, I would encourage. I mean, look at the resolution on some of these. Like this is a volcano. I think it's supposed to be in the Philippines.
Oh, there's one of the really old
Yeah.
pictures of the rocket tests.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is just amazing
Holy
level of
shit, look at that detail.
right. And again, this isn't even zoomed in on everything. Yeah. Space telescopes, space images, it's this honestly is maybe one of my
Yeah.
favorite images.
I think this is just generic NASA images.
It is
Still,
yes.
wow.
Some of them were taken from the Artemis mission, but I really don't give a shit where they're from. It just shows you how impressive all of this is, and
I can't get
how
over the
readily we can document it.
look at the shadows being cast by those fucking clouds on other clouds. I haven't seen a photo. I don't think I've seen a photo from that angle before.
No,
Because mostly they either do the
Like
super
from the
wide.
space station.
Yeah, they normally do like the super wide curve or the straight downish. But and I haven't quite seen that angle before. That's awesome.
yeah, and yeah, this is from International Space Station that I keep forgetting exists. But yeah, so that's this is all. Yeah, and here's some of the recovery. But this is all public domain. It's all freely available. So
Yeah,
There's a really cool. So there's a website attached or a webcam attached to the International Space Station that you can tap into every now and then. Well, tap into most of the time. If you go to EarthCam, it's earthcam.com out of Florida. There's a website, or there's a webcam on the ISS, and so you can see it go over the Earth, which is cool, but it definitely doesn't give you resolutions like this.
yeah. So as promised, so this is the Artemis flight path, and there's no real functional audio on this. But yeah, it shows this is the path that they took. So they're looping around the Earth just for the opportunity to loop and use gravity around the moon to slingshot back to Earth.
So fucking cool.
Yeah.
But it's fucking cool.
It's super cool.
And yeah, this is the kind of shit that I remember, when I was growing up, because Challenger was, I think, when I was 3 years old when that went up. So it's always been there. But
I watched the Challenger explosion in elementary school.
Oh,
wow.
kids,
Like,
gather around. We're going to
fall
watch
into
a
the,
spaceship.
Oh no, yeah. So what they did was they brought us all into the gym, and they set up a TV, which I think was probably, a 20-inch TV. It wasn't a huge TV, but they set up this TV for us to watch it because that's where a teacher was going up, right? So there was a teacher going up, so all the educators were super like, oh, it's so neat, teacher's going up. And then we're all watching, and all of a sudden it fucking explodes. And some kid in the room goes, cool, because it was like a giant firework. I mean, it was fucked up, and we didn't understand what was going on. And the teachers lost their shit on that poor kid, dude. Just, it's not cool. That's the worst thing. Blah, blah. It's a tragedy. And blah. It's like, wow. Oh, I mean, the fucking first grader, he doesn't know.
Yeah.
Yep. He's a first grader. He probably doesn't even know what death is.
Yeah, and if he does, oof, poor kid. Yeah, so this is just kind of clipping through. And,
oh, wow, that's well made.
Yeah. I don't mind my tax dollars going to this, to be perfectly honest. So, yeah, and then, animation of the landing, which, yeah, this is just really cool shit. And I'm where I am, I can actually see some of the SpaceX launches if I hit them at the right time of day, and that's really impressive too.
That is cool.
But yeah, it's like stuff like this. This is what we really need to be put, because we always talk about, science and technology and blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, but what's more interesting is watching this would get more kids involved, watching the assembly of the rockets. The whole this is time lapse, and just like they're assembling the thing on the crawler, which is this big mobile platform, to take them take everything out, attach it, and then send it into fucking space. I'm sorry. That's far more cool and inspiring than, well, would you like to see something from 50 years ago? Yeah, no. And yeah, so this is like little bits of video of like, dropping the thing. Apparently it just wants to load, because I'm pretty sure everybody's trying to watch this shit right now. Not just our chat.
Best part is,
yeah, it's just
NASA employees. We can just play you this shit. It's
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So all of this, it's like, okay, look, I'm pointing at things, but some of the transport and all of these little things as they're building up to launch. I mean, here we go. Here's the drone footage of the launch crawler.
Oh,
it's going out 4 months, and this is for I think it was like basically like an assembly moving test of the launcher, and it's like I don't care. I can watch this shit for a long fucking time. It's like a tenth of a mile an hour, but it's carrying something that's going to go into space. So yeah, amazing stuff. And we'll jump over to some of the flyby of the, this is not the whole thing, but these are some of the images that are being captured and used to, I mean,
Look at those.
that, and again, you can, as you know, someone watching this, you can go onto the NASA website and just download these images. That's, there's no copyright. There's none of that shit you have to dance around. It's, you go, you look at it, you like the image. There you go. I mean, a full solar eclipse from space. That's the other thing I think that will help like, long term with this. And you can see some of the dark side of the moon. Is this will improve good science fiction writing too, because now and movies especially, because you can get these visuals of what space bodies actually look like, how things like, yeah, you can say, okay, you've seen this in a movie, but this is accurate. You can unfuck a lot of things.
Yeah.
So
so cool. All the women have left, but so cool.
Yeah, it's. I'm not even doing half as good as I possibly could, simply because I'm just getting lost staring at these pictures. It's like, you've got so many of these awesome images of the launch being successful and the landing, and we'll come back to this, but this is it's kind of basic stuff, but this is how they recover the capsule. Now this is from Artemis 1, but that just means because they landed yesterday.
Yeah,
we're going to be seeing
next week. Fuck it, we'll do it again next week.
Yeah. And so now I did hear somebody bitching about, oh well, they're using the same style of suits as before. Yes, because there's only so many ways that you can, I don't know,
put
make
skin back on the cat.
Yeah. It's like, oh, but it's orange. Yes, because that was like the NASA colors back in the day.
Well,
like
it's still the NASA. Interestingly, they actually do have two different colored suits, and they have since at least Apollo. They've got the re-entry suits, which are orange, and then they've got the actual space suits, which are white. And why are the re-entry suits orange? Because some wanker has to find a person in the fucking Atlantic.
Yep.
But yeah, like that's the travel suit. It's lighter weight than the actual. What do they call it? It's the spacewalk suit. There's a technical name for it.
Yeah.
It's,
I cannot remember that, but and they're not exiting the craft at this time. That's the other thing.
Yeah, but like
this is
that's just a pressure suit. It's just in case there's a failure of the oxygen system or a failure of the seals. They can. It's basically just a glorified version of a fighter pilot's oxygen mask.
Yes. Yep, it's got more airtight seals and whatnot because of the way the gauntlets are done.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mhm.
yeah, it's basically just
Yeah,
something just in case you can survive for a bit.
yeah. If you take off and for some reason it fails, or you get into space and you're losing pressure, you can go, shit, turn around, fire the engines, and while you're coming in, you've got the suits operating off tank. So even if you lose the entire volume of the fucking craft itself, you're still connected to actual air. But if they were doing, is it EVA, extravehicular activity, the EVA suits? Yeah, those are still the big, huge, bulky things because you know they actually have to be
You
resistant to
need that.
space debris.
Mm-hmm. And well, that's something that people don't usually talk about, and one of the reasons why I get a little pissed off with all the, you know, Starlink is space debris, no matter how small, is basically like rolling around on 10 grit sandpaper at speeds that are hundreds of miles.
Yeah, it's having a 10 grit sandpaper rubbed against your face at fractions of light speed.
Yes. And yeah,
When your speed
Yeah.
is measured in like 7 digits or whatever it is.
Mhm.
Yeah, even and I mean it's super basic physics. Force equals mass times acceleration. Sure, the thing itself might be tiny and weigh very little, but if it's traveling at 10,000 kilometers an hour relative, that's a motherfucker of an energy dump.
yeah. So yeah, and you can go through like all the live updates on their mission page. You can actually they have posted some of the recovery stuff. So no video yet. I'm sure they're probably going through all of that just to see what they'll release. But
Yeah, they'd
yeah,
probably
this
have to cut out a few things from like the military ships and the like, but yeah,
yeah,
it'll be
and
up
also
within weeks
probably
of the
to
week, I'm sure.
oh, absolutely, and also there's a level of okay, we have to go through, analyze it, send it to the people, cut out certain things to see what we need to glean from it before just releasing it to the public. But still, I'm excited about this. I'm thinking that yeah, I think Danny said the stars are our birthright, and there's nothing stopping us now other than we would rather spend money on the third world people moving into our countries than on going to space and making the world a smaller place, one exploration at a time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and the cool thing is it really cool is they do a lot of outreach. I just wish that I'd seen more about this before the launch, but it was like a flurry of activity like the week of. I think partially because they were wanting to hedge their bets, but
Mm-hmm.
like the Pioneer probes, the Voyager probes, all that data. I mean, I remember there was a big to do when they went past Neptune with one of the big photography. I think it was one of the Voyager probes. And it was like the first photographs of that, and they were publishing books and all this great stuff. And yeah, I think we need to return to this kind of optimism because we're such a pessimistic culture anymore that I think we're kind of ripping our souls out for the sake of not being disappointed. And that's kind of lame and gay. So yeah, that's my big segment, aka I finally got to shut the fuck up a little bit more. And you can also go to Kennedy Space Center. They've got more live feeds and things like that. They actually have more information on rocket launch time, so it's not just the Artemis, but for other payloads that are going up. And yeah, if you're interested in sending humanity back to the stars, yeah, you might want to go and look at some of the stuff on here because
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can we, if we can we find a planet, declare it the planet of the Jews, and go, here you go, this is the land God promised you. Bye.
That would be Mercury.
No, that's ours.
No. They can have Mercury. No life can. No normal life can function there.
Yeah, human life. Just because human life can't function there doesn't mean.
Yeah. So
Don't give them anything in the solar system. Fuck them. Ship them off into some other solar system. The aliens can deal with them. The aliens attack
how
us.
do you know that they weren't?
Are you suggesting that the Jews built the pyramids?
Yes.
I love how there's like
Oh, shit.
3 layers to that joke.
So, oh wow, there is an on-demand streaming service for NASA Plus. That's cool. So yeah, you can definitely check things out. You can go and honestly, yeah, just fuck around in space from the comfort of your own home.
This is what. This is some proper good American exceptionalism.
Yes, it is. And yeah, sure, we had to take the Canadian woman along, but yeah, had to make the 51st state feel more welcome.
Yeah. What were the woman and the black guy's qualifications again?
Well, one woman was a meteorologist, and the black guy was landing on aircraft carriers and doing test flight stuff.
So he's definitely qualified. But also, my next test is, what would the fuck use as a meteorologist where you don't have an atmosphere? I assume she's doing something else up there, but
yeah.
Just off the just meteorologist insights, like, yes, very helpful.
Although, Danny mentions the British space empire. Yes, but that means you're going to get space cheats. So they're going to poop on the moon.
No shit. Somewhere in India, there's a
shit.
kid. There's a child dreaming about being the first Indian to shit on the moon.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you, Dave.
You're not gonna stop thinking about that, are you now?
Probably not. Oh dear.
But yeah, we're going back. We're going back, lads.
Baby.
And we're gonna finally find those space Nazis.
Right. Sky, baby, we're coming back.
To the moon. All right. So my next question is, how the fuck did we talk about nonsense for an hour and still end up with like 15 minutes left?
I don't know.
I don't know. Good question.
I blame Trim. We need a 15-minute
no,
stream ramp.
I appreciate circling the moon because that alone shuts down a lot of weird conspiracy theories. You know, about the Van Allen radiation belt and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Like that's one of the biggest theories against or one of the big theories against going, you know, the fact that we ever went to the moon is people say, well, we don't even know how to get past that Van Allen radiation belt. Well, I mean, clearly we do because they just did it here and they did it with 4K video. So,
I mean, the one that's always stuck with me is if the Americans had faked it, the Russians wouldn't have kept quiet. Like, the idea that the
that's
Russians
totally true.
wouldn't have fucking jumped on that and going, like, here's our evidence, so it's all fake.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that the fact that the Russian response was, curse you for beating us. I mean, like, yeah, if there was any chance it was fucking faked, the Russians would have been out there to make America look stupid. Nowadays, like, America doesn't even need their help.
If you know, who needs enemies like that if we have friends like we do?
They aren't even your friends.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, Russia was absolutely watching that going, please blow up, please blow up, please blow up, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, dead set, they would have been sitting, the Russians would have been watching that on all the fanciest fucking gear going, oh, fucking please don't.
Yeah, no, I haven't been this excited about space programs since I was in middle school, and you know that's been a long time. That was the mid-90s,
The 1890s.
1790s. Thank you.
You missed it, but just by a couple of years.
Yeah.
Like he says, American government is also too retired to keep fucking Melandia a secret.
Yeah. I mean, shit like that would have been out really fast.
Well, interestingly
Well,
enough,
they had to wait for Kubrick to so they had to wait for Kubrick to die, so there was no, you know, so they could do it for real this time.
Yeah.
I guess.
I don't know. I mean, they managed to keep Bletchley Park secret, and it had like 20,000 employees or something.
Right.
True.
And they also managed to keep mostly a lid on the nuclear program, and that had like 500,000 employees. If you consider the amount of people that contributed to it entirely unknowingly, there's like 1 million people in that.
And I mean Oak Ridge. Granted, you know, Oak Ridge was so isolated at the time, naturally. I'm really surprised that the locals weren't more like, well, shit, what are you doing here, boy?
Yeah. But also, both of those do show that the importance of compartmentalizing information. Like half the people working at Bletchley Park had no fucking idea what they were doing. They were just converting one load of gobbledygook to another load of gobbledygook. They had no idea what they were doing, why they were doing it. They were just doing it. And much the same for the nuclear programs. Some random engineer is like, please build us a valve that can do this. And no further information provided.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Yeah. No. Another moon landing, that's going to be cool to watch. Wait.
Yeah,
No.
and
It's NASA. Right. We're going to live stream it.
Ooh.
Oh wait, no. What'll happen is the Democrats will take over and they'll turn the program into a diversity program, and then they won't land. They'll just crash directly into the fucking moon.
The NASA feed will be in the public domain, so we can just sit here and watch it.
Yeah.
That's like several years away, but when it,
Well, only two. 2 years is
Yeah.
is the planning. So
there you go, chat. We'll live stream the next moon landing. Whether it's a controlled or uncontrolled one, that's up to the Democrats. Oh, have you guys have heard of the term litho breaking, right?
Litho breaking?
Yep.
don't know.
No,
That's crossed
I
my-
haven't.
Assuming I've got it right, litho breaking is basically just crashing and hoping that the thing you've built doesn't break.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what it sounded like. That makes sense.
But no, I mean, it's slightly better than that, but not much. Just make it put it in a bouncy cage and bounce it off the surface of fucking Mars. LGM's like, Danny says Krogan space program. LGM asks if that's a Kerbal term. No, it's a real term that's been very much popularized by Kerbal Space Program because of the amount of unsuccessful litho breaking attempts. A successful one is if you survive the crash.
True.
How's it going?
It's like any landing.
Yep, any landing you can walk away from is a good landing.
Exactly.
Oh, dear. Well, I suppose we'll go over to some casual memes. We'll start with this one, which I'm not sure that I want to read aloud, but it's hilarious nonetheless. So I'll have you think it for me. Damn, I didn't know there's an end town. Welcome to. Oh dear. Well, we've got a video. Oh, just classic. Oh, it's not showing apparently. Fuck's sake, technology. Yeah, here we go. You can have it. There you go. Fucking tech man.
And that's why we will choose dogs over Muslims every single fucking time.
I mean,
Yes.
so many more reasons.
I don't know why videos of people hurting themselves is so damn funny, but man, I don't know. Sometimes I just not seriously hurting themselves, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't like seeing broken legs and shit, but just stuff I know that people are gonna walk away from.
I don't like
Stuff
videos
like
where
this.
knees go the wrong way.
Yeah,
No. But stuff like this, where it's like, this She's going to be wondering what she did wrong instead of making a sandwich.
Like, ha, you stupid bitch.
There's the other meme for chat since they missed it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty
That's
accurate.
so damn true.
Me looking for the tools I
Yeah.
put down 5 seconds ago. Where the fuck is that stupid fucking goddamn?
Like, oh, there it is, right in front of me. Shit.
Under the last
has a-
part I took out.
Right.
Has a bright yellow fucking handle.
Yeah, but the problem with that is you can't see it because of the other bright yellow things.
That's true, yes.
Oh god, what in the dumb bitch is this? A woman with a bow tie.
Women
This isn't
have
good.
an ability to de-escalate a situation.
You have an ID on you?
No.
Let me see your right hand.
That's all right.
Do you want to go to jail for obstruction?
That's what you want to do to me.
If you don't want to identify yourself, then you can go to jail. Either you identify yourself or I break your finger.
Oh, well, if you want to break my finger,
You want extra
that's
charges?
ridiculous.
This guy didn't do anything, I'm telling you. He came at the same time we did. Like, always identify yourself. That's obstruction if you don't, especially when we're doing an investigation.
If he wasn't involved, because he saw him up front and he was like, that's not the other guy.
And have just an ability to connect with others.
Yeah. Either you identify yourself or I break your finger.
That trust that we work to build with our communities, we work on that every single day.
Oh, well, if you want to break my finger,
You want extra
that's
charges?
ridiculous.
You want extra
That's
charges?
ridiculous.
You want extra
That's
charges?
ridiculous.
Being a mother and seeing these families in need just gives you a different level of compassion for what other people are going through.
Needed a supervisor for what?
Yeah, I'm getting arrested for nothing.
Did you identify yourself to this deputy when she asked you? Because we're investigating a crime.
I wasn't
Did
part of the investigation, so you're going
Investigation?
along with this too?
Are you going to listen or are you just going
I'm
to run
done.
your mouth?
No, I'm done now.
Okay,
I don't need to hear
good.
nothing
If you
else.
don't want an answer, that's fine.
Ah, yes. The American cop. The only thing dumber than the American politician.
Hell, this is like David Lammy levels
Yeah.
of intelligence.
Why don't people like the
Right.
police? Huh? Yes. I can't fucking imagine. But even all the men there were fucking idiots too. Not a single fucking one of them knows the first thing about local law or the fucking Constitution. What's that silly fourth line? Something about papers and effects?
Yeah, something about being safe in them. I don't know. It's just gibberish. I mean, clearly, woman cop has to be supreme.
It's
Yeah.
so-
Well,
so-
they lack the ability to physically dominate suspects or to physically impose or intimidate, and so they have to escalate to violence,
yeah, but I've seen
to
just
extreme violence.
I've seen just as many male cops being effective brain-dead fuckwits who are being outsmarted by a fucking drunk, high, brain-dead retard, and then they get fucking
Danny
aggressive and
Delete
start
Zero
yelling and screaming. And
donated
Danny's still
$10.
donating
It
about
took the
women
whole
cops.
show to get there. But gentlemen, it is my great displeasure and duty to inform you that women also manifest destiny.
Yeah. So Danny said, if the panel, it took the whole show to get there with gentlemen. It's like great displeasure and duty to inform you that women also manifest destiny. And because I believe I have it here somewhere.
It is with my great displeasure and horrified feelings to tell you that, women.
Yeah.
But seriously, I'm not familiar with any country that has competent police. Not a single fucking one of them has police that can enforce their own fucking laws correctly.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
then they'll say dumb shit like, "Oh, you're just an auditor trying to get a reaction." It's like, okay, So if you know that, why the fuck are you doing exactly what he wants, you fucking idiot? Like, they'll literally sit there and go, oh, he just wants to try and bait us into doing something illegal, then proceeds to do something illegal.
Right.
Like, it's so dumb that only a public servant could come up with it. But it's the same in every country, and at least you Americans have fucking a pretense of rights. The rest of us don't even have that.
And it really is a testament to how, as bad as the U.S. can be, that, yeah, we figured out shit early on and have just been fucking things up ever since.
Yeah. Where's that meme someone posted where some politicians are like, the American public thinks the country is founded by geniuses and being run by morons?
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty accurate.
I see no lies.
Yeah. Next meme goes out to Danny. Life is painful and all women in your DMs are feds. Oh, brutal. Oh, fuck you. Open it in the right fucking browser now. Boomers, an analogy. My son was showing me his new 300-piece tool set, so I sold his 10mm socket to teach him a valuable life lesson. Yes, that you should shoot anyone who touches your tools.
Yes.
Cut his finger off. Right, next one. Hey, yeah, it's always the fucking 10. Hey, you guys, this is too fatty and high cholesterol. Let's go home for some soybeans. Shut the fuck up, Sebastian. When I was a kid, I definitely wanted to run away with one of these.
A bindle stick.
Yeah. Back when train hopping was a lifestyle.
Yeah, before standing in front
Bleach,
of the trains.
can you explain to me how homeless, alcoholic Americans are better at not getting hit by trains than all of India?
Well, you see, it starts off with respecting the big metal thing moving on the limited track that's hurtling towards you.
How can we possibly avoid the train? Says the Prometheus school of running away. Danny says, I had to step away. Woo, I'm on the soundboard now. I mean, you did the thing with trim, and then you said the thing. So, of course, I stole it. For great misuse and hilarity later. Racing assist. Assist your whole dragging in river. 600 555 9999. Racist household driver 69. Classic. Joy Reid's warning about the far right. Their plan: zero income taxes, zero regulation, earn as much as you want. Your family inherits it all. Black people scaring each other, imagining a world without white people's tax dollars to fund their lives. To quote another meme that I can't be bothered to look up, if there was a button that could undo slavery, white people would press it without hesitation. Black people, on the other hand, if it meant going back to having to live in Africa, black people would never fucking press it. Someone old is going to have to explain the next one to me.
Oh, shit. Oh, you don't know that? Oh, yeah. So you used to have to put a jumper on your hard drives to determine which was the master and which was the slave, so that they would read properly. If you had a more than one hard drive in there, then you needed to dictate. Actually, you always had to dictate which one was the master and which one was the slave. And you did it with a little jumper right there. So if you're ever looking at a hard drive and you see those on there, you know, especially one with that EIDE connection on it.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of the SATA, because all the hard drives switched over to SATA because it has better data transfer. So those fat ribbon cables, man, that's nostalgia right there for me. And then the whole 4-pin Molex connectors too.
Yeah, Basic sitting here being like, there's data formats other than SATA? You mean M.2? Yeah, once upon a time. Yeah, I think even the earliest computers I was familiar with could just manage drives.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you used to have to. You had a master and a slave.
That's racist.
On there.
Say the retards.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, that's funny because I never thought of it as anything like that. I'm sure people would spurg out about it now that you had to have a master and a slave connection on your.
But they literally are spurging out about it. Like they fucking tried to. They got some company, possibly GitHub, to change what they were called. Absolutely retarded. Meanwhile, at the council, they have declared that the week has gone on long enough. Well, it is 2:37 a.m. on Sunday, and I agree. The week has gone on long enough. Car faints after seeing gas prices. How the fuck? Okay, I get it now. I couldn't quite figure it out before, but yeah, it's like, how does a car get in a position like that? Well, it turns out the car originated from the left-hand side of that Bowser, and it looks like it floored it forwards, knocked down that pole, then rode up the pole and rolled off the pole. That's impressive. Oh, Jesus. Monkey says he literally had to redo a bunch of work this week because his retarded head of engineering wanted to rename the master branch to mine. Oh, you have our eternal sympathies that you work with an idiot.
I didn't realize Monkey worked for David Lammy.
Monkey says, oh, hey, it's the car I parked in GTA 4. Ah, yes. Parked.
Yes.
Speaking of parking, how fast was this duck going? Mark Twain's redesigned American flag that's supposed to be a condemnation of the Republic, but just ends up being the fucking hardest American flag ever made. Oh, that'd piss off a bunch of losers. Redesigned in 901 by Mark Twain. See some book by some retard crying about Mark Twain on racism. What's Jim's name again, Mark Twain?
Never mind.
Yeah, that's right. It's never mind, Jim. Who are you voting in the midterms? Me.
Yeah.
Guillotine for president.
Always.
Yeah.
Right, now we're going to fuck with people. A yearly reminder that the Warhammer on the logo is not aligned properly, so the last R is out of border. If you haven't noticed before now, it will always be the first thing you see.
Also, the A is off center.
Because the whole thing's off center, the A is off center as well. You bastards. Would have been so easy to fix too. And because I don't trust Dave to not just be trolling, I went and checked and it's real. Mozilla has introduced a new non-binary mascot called Kit. Kit uses they-them programs, and the people at Mozilla are fucking retards. Just make the damn browser, you wankers.
I'm sorry. I never considered the sexuality of a fox my business.
I never considered the sexuality of a fucking web browser.
Oh God.
How the fuck is it supposed to run if it's non-binary? I'm gonna have to find fucking a version of. The problem is there are exactly two web browsers. There's Chromium and there's Firefox. Everything else is based on one of them.
Yep.
Including Edge now, which is based on Chromium with some weird bullshit. And no, Opera doesn't count because that's just an abomination to man.
Yes.
Edge is unironically the best browser for managing memory. Edge handles memory better than any other browser.
Oh, fuck. No, I don't want Microsoft.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. No.
Screams in panic. Fuck it, I'll buy more RAM.
That won't last long. They're gonna put like Copilot in it, and it'll just
what do you mean gonna
burn all of your memory.
Oh yeah, no, they already did.
Well, see, I'm still on 10, and I've uninstalled all sorts of Copilot, and I've got it blocked on everything, so I don't have to experience that nightmare.
I have to uninstall it every fucking time I update.
Oof.
You know what sucks is that's the only it's the preferred AI for my company. It's the one they bought for and it sucks so hard.
Oh yeah.
Like it does okay for because I've used it for reformatting some stuff in Excel. Right. I mean, you got to give it a lot of fucking coaching and you got to give it some pretty specific instructions. But yeah, it sucks. But it's okay for some of the Office applications, which you would expect from Microsoft.
Yeah.
But in general, it's stupid. And even when you feed it, like I've uploaded some of our technical documentation to it and then asked it about the technical documentation. Totally fucking wrong. It can't fucking find anything right. So it fucking sucks.
Yeah. Where am I? Right. Let's
presume
see.
Australia, but you know.
I'd rather not be. It's a gay, lame place.
True.
If Florida could unfuck themselves about open carry, that'd be nice. Because I'd be fine in Florida. I already have to live in a hot, humid hellhole with full of fucking giant lizards that'll rip your fucking arms off. If they could just make Florida not gay and retarded, so basically move Miami to Cuba.
Fair.
Right, next meme. Helps soothe dry and itchy throat. Durex. Dear. Meanwhile, in the next meme, the suspect is a British national. Did that just happen with a bunch of people that got caught trying to sneak over the fucking Canadian border? 4 British citizens, fucking Muhammad, and fucking Muhammad. They're not fucking British, no matter what their pieces of paper say. Me putting $20 in my tank. My car. Is it in yet? So, I mean, conveniently, that applies in any fucking currency.
Yes.
Oh, God. The Green Party's next candidate for Brixton.
First, I thought it was just David Lammy.
The skull is literally deformed.
Yeah. David Lammy.
Yep. Sadly, looks more like Reform's candidate for Walthamshire, which is, unfortunately, actually fucking true.
Yes, it is.
Where's Disco? Meet Reform's candidate for Central South Sea. Reform is dead.
Yep. I mean, it was murdered before it even took off.
Yeah. Rupert Lie will bust.
Yep.
Before, after. Ugh.
Yeah, this is just like, oh look, I'm a cute little woman who's going to make everything beige or white.
Or worse,
Why?
fucking concrete.
Yeah. Oh, but it's so clean. I don't know. No, fuck that bullshit. I want color. I want life.
Yeah. But fucking replacing a fucking lovely grass lawn with that crap. Like, you can put tables and chairs on grass, you wanker.
But then it'll stain the whites on the whatever the hell. It's like,
it looks awful. We need more grass and less concrete in the world in general.
Yeah.
Now, what do we got here? When martial arts isn't working is the one that's currently lighting. Unfortunately, that music is almost certainly copyrighted.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake, extend! Extend!
It's his form.
Yeah. he's No, you got it wrong. When you're doing the drive-by, you've got to hold it sideways with the stendo and the switch.
Gun Fu, the legend continues.
Oh, here's some interesting charts. German males commit violent crime at a rate that is lower than female immigrants from the following countries: Syria, Afghanistan, Bulgaria, Iraq, and Serbia. One of those is not like the others. Afghan women.
What is wrong with Bulgarian women? That's my question.
I was going to ask what's wrong with Serbian women as well, but yeah.
Yeah.
But still, clearly the problem is the immigrants. Afghan women in Germany are 26% more likely to be the suspects in violent crime than German men.
Wow.
Fucking hell. If only there were any men in Germany.
Yeah, there haven't been since 1945. What?
Yeah. Problem with Germany is they have this tendency to fly too close to the fucking sun.
Yep.
What have we got over here? Grip strength adjusted for age and height stratified by sex and country. Fucking hell. Pakistan and India. Oh, okay. We need to talk about whoever labeled these fucking axes.
Yeah. Also, why is it based on income?
Countries are grouped into...
Well, that's
how they've grouped the countries.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, Pakistani men rank lower than women everywhere except Pakistan and Bangladesh. Possibly South Africa? But I can't really tell, and this graph really sucks. Because the little tick marks are actually the borders of the fucking thing, not where...
I think that's Malaysia.
No, it's not. That's... No, this is the South Africa column, because the idiot that made the chart used tick marks here, and the tick marks don't actually indicate the line, the vertical line. The fucking end of the word does.
That's evil and stupid.
Yeah. So, yeah. literally everywhere else in the world except Bangladesh, obviously Pakistan itself, and South Africa. The women have higher grip strength than Pakistani men. The strongest grip strength for women is apparently Brazil, which makes room for so many comments.
Yes. Well, the Swedish women are right up there.
Yeah. I believe the Brazilian women actually are equal to South African men and beat Indian men.
Doesn't take much.
Meanwhile, the strongest grip strength in general is Sweden for men.
Not getting any. So.
Well, what seems to be the country with the closest one? The one where it's closest is India, apparently, because the women in India seem to be close to average, but the men are pathetic losers.
Well, yes, they are.
Strongest grip strength for men, yeah, is Sweden, then Poland. By the looks of it. Very interesting.
The Vikings and the winged hussars, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
have to swing those swords and keep them maintained.
Which does go back to my earlier question of where did they find a man in Sweden? I assume they visited Primed and then they're like, fuck it, whatever he does.
Yeah.
And
well, to answer LGM's question about Canada being so high, that's probably before COVID, when it was a country not infested and had clean beaches.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure this one's true, too. Swedes are getting dumber and no one knows why. The average IQ in Sweden is falling, a trend that's puzzling researchers. God, researchers are stupid.
It's a mystery.
I would feign stupidity if I got billions of dollars every year.
I'm not sure I could be that stupid for that long for any amount of money.
Wait, does that kid have a shirt that says Minnesota?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Why wouldn't he? He's Somalian.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Let me see if I can find the article. I wonder if this
November 1st.
I don't know if I can see an original for this one, which is
been
disappointing.
Memory hold is my guess.
Yeah. Let's see. Average IQ Sweden falling. Intelligence of Europeans in decline, says researchers. Yeah, but do you mean Europeans or people in Europe? Is IQ falling across the West? Yes.
Right.
Because we keep importing the fucking Middle East.
Right. Because they're full of fucking Middle Easterners and Africans now.
Yep. So it wouldn't surprise me if these have compared too. Because it's Minnesota that had the massive fraud, wasn't it?
Well, it's one of the places. The whole country has massive amounts of fraud. It's just Minnesota was the one that got reported on first. That's where the Leering Center is.
Yeah. Sadly, I can't find any of these names in Google, so boo. But also, yeah, this particular article may be false, but maybe a Photoshop. But also, Trump says civil rights led to white people being very badly treated. Yeah, that's just straight up true.
Yeah.
Here we fucking go. What's your opinion on abortion? Abortion is a difficult topic for me. On the one hand, I support it because it kills children. On the other hand, it gives women a choice. Interestingly, I oppose it on both those grounds.
Yes.
Could you define an assault weapon? I'm not a firearms expert. Director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
Yeah.
In 150 to 200 years, we've gone from a country where you could string up horse thieves to, we're sorry this Haitian refugee raped and murdered your daughter, but his IQ isn't high enough for him to understand what he did was wrong.
Right.
I wish this wasn't true.
When the last people left on your side are Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Randy Pine, Lindsey Graham, Ben Shapiro, and Ted Cruz, you need to take a good look around and say, wow, I'm a gay retard. The girl at the methadone clinic when I tell her I like her Tweety Bird pajama pants.
Oh, God.
Me when I'm playing Civ 6 and Gandhi refuses my mutual trade pact request. A whole civilization will die tonight. Gotta be the stupidest sweeties ever made. But this is a fucking good joke, though.
Yeah.
Let's go have a quick look at this fucking loser. My name's Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Yes, the world Redicus Modicus.
Yeah. I mean, I also realized he's fucking Milhouse from The Simpsons.
Yeah. Who apparently got he did get arrested or something, maybe, possibly.
Yeah. Although it may have been him having some sort of psychotic breakdown too, but still.
I mean, he looks like that. It's clearly a pre-existing condition.
Although it was hilarious if you watch the video where he's trying to kick a door in with flip-flops.
Yeah. I did post in one of the channels after this was posted a different video of how it should have gone. Because there's another video several years old now where the ex-boyfriend of the daughter showed up, tried to get in the house, was told to fuck off, tried to kick the door in, succeeded in kicking the door in. A fucking femtosecond after the door starts moving inwards, guy's shot 3 times. Dies in the street.
Yeah.
Which is how it should be. Make asylum's great again.
For real.
Yeah. Let's have a quick look at this video and see if there's anything interesting in it.
Now, I will fucking end you.
Oh, that's a terroristic threat. Vandalism. Jesus Christ. More terroristic threats. Yes, that will convince them to open the door. And here he comes with his fucking wizard cape.
Yeah. He's Harry Dresden, man.
Yeah.
It's him in an alternate timeline.
Come on, Grandpa. Your meds are waiting for you.
Reddit is when someone says not to talk to their kid on Roblox. Where the fuck did I post that other video? Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Conveniently, I timestamped this for our delectation.
Nice. This is where he kicks the door.
This is a different guy.
Oh, no, this is a different one.
This is how this should go.
Yeah.
On today's episode, reinforce your fucking doors. And that's how it should go.
Yep.
And on this one last meme, the economy's so bad you can only rent the libs.
You'll own nothing and be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. On that lovely note, that brings us to our ending point. It's been a good bit of fun today, I think.
Yeah.
What's coming up this week? There's of course the Auto Circle with the boys on fucking what is it? Friday at 10 a.m.
Well,
Yeah,
for
it's
those in the
Thursday.
down.
Yeah. Thursday and at 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
For the Americans. I should probably look up what that is UK time. But,
I think it's like 1 a.m. Because if it's 10 a.m. for me and they're doing their gay summertime crap, that's 9 hours behind. So I think it's like 1 a.m. for the Brit Bongs.
Yeah, it's midnight. Midnight for the Brit Bongs. So yeah, that's late. Sorry. That just makes LGM more of a Chad for showing up every time. So
Exactly.
Yeah. Also coming up, should be finally another episode of Trim Rambles Incoherently on Wednesday.
Wait, is he going to dress as Harry Dresden?
He has seen that, and I will really want to hear his reaction to it. Next time we see him, we'll have to ask him about it.
Yes.
What
Ask him what he thinks of the new Harry Dresden show.
I'm going to DM him that right now. What do you
ask
think
him what chapter this book is? This is from
new live action Harry Dresden. And I'm just going to send him that and see if he's forgotten what I'm talking about.
Yeah. This is every time Trim mentions the Dresden Files, this is all I'm going to see from now on is that dude.
Next time he mentions it, I'm going to pop that up on his screen. That aside, unless something goes wrong, which has a tendency to happen, Disco and I will hopefully be back with Dinkums on Sunday night, Brit Bong time, which I think is at 10 p.m. Brit Bong time usually, which is slightly more convenient for the Americans and absolutely useless for the Australians. Don't know what else is on the agenda. I need to come up with some more fun shenanigans for us to do. We might spend a few minutes looking at any videos of the recovery that might come out from NASA that might go at the end. Other than that, thank you very much for joining us, everybody. Don't forget, for the subscribers, don't forget to use your perks to say us in video comments. Callum's done it. What's everyone else's excuse?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that's everything. Thanks for joining us, chat. Thanks for joining me, boys on the panel. We will see everybody next week for whatever the hell's happening then. Goodbye, everybody.
Shadilay.
Shadilay, folks.